I haven't seen my minister here, but colleagues.
Who's your minister?
Yes.
You're
Yes,
so
the
weak.
Minister of,
You're so
the
weak.
Minister of Agriculture. I haven't seen him here. Thank you very much, colleagues. Let's start our meeting. Albertina and your colleague, can you then help us share the agenda, please? Thank you very much, Albertina. Colleagues, there is the agenda in front of us. We're having this joint meeting this morning with the Portfolio Committee on Fisheries and Forestry and Environment. Because last year, I think somewhere in June, we had a joint meeting, and in that joint meeting, we had a request from one of our own Honorable Trolley, who raised an issue around the St. Lucia dredging. So we then tried by all means to have this meeting. We couldn't get space until today, so we have this opportunity today to discuss and get a brief from the departments. I think now it's going to be 3 departments. But colleagues, the meeting is officially opened. You are welcome, all of you, including the ministers and deputy ministers, if they are here. I'm trying to check. I can't identify the others, but please forgive me if I missed to mention your name. The colleagues from the Portfolio Committee on Fisheries, Forestry and Environment, you are also most welcome to this joint meeting. I am going to allow for the second item, which is apologies, and then hand over to my co-chair to greet us before we can continue. Albertina and your colleague, can you indicate whether we have apologies or not today? I know from the side of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, I saw the apology of Honorable Smith. So please just indicate additional apologies if we do have.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members, chairpersons, and members of both portfolio committees, our guests, the colleagues, and everybody on the platform. Chair, from the PC on Agriculture, additionally from MP Smith, we've also received an apology from MP Sin and MP van der Walt. They are all due to constituency commitments. And we've got the apology from MP Madlala, who will be joining the committee a little bit late, Chair, around 10:30. We've got another apology from Minister Steenhuisen due to unavoidable commitments that require his attention, Chair. And MP UDM Kappa is participating in the Traditional Leadership Summit in the Eastern Cape, East London. And DG Ramasodi, Chair, also sent an apology. He is on the international trip to Argentina. And Miss Lydia Busoho is the one who's going to present on behalf of Department of Agriculture. And we've also apology from acting DG of Department of Land Reform and Rural Development, Mr. Clinton He is going to join the meeting a little bit later, Chair. And on behalf of the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development, Chief Director Ms. Nondutuzelo Chabene is the one who's going to present, Chair. I think that's all from my side, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Albertina. There are the apologies, colleagues. Can I hear a voice that would accept the apologies so that we can continue? From the side of the PC on Fisheries, Forestry and Environment, can we allow your colleague to indicate if there are apologies?
Good morning, Chairpersons, Minister, and the colleagues. From the PC on Environment, co-chair, I received 3 apologies. From Deputy Minister Swartz, she's got an engagement in Mpumalanga. And then Honorable Deputy Minister Singh, he's officiating an International Gardens Week in Pretoria. And the DG, he's got other commitments in the department. Those are the 3 apologies from the PC on Environment. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you very much. Colleagues, do we accept the apologies so that we can continue? And Albertina, do we still form a quorum?
Yes, Chair, from PC on Agriculture, we do form a quorum. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much. Co-chair, may I allow you to come in and greet us and the team here on the platform? Is the co-chair here? I'm just trying to check.
Yes, she's there.
Co-chair, can you please unmute and greet us? Okay, in the meantime, while she's still going to come back, may I then check with the Department of Agriculture, who is here? Is there any DDG here? I can't see DDG Srache in the absence of the DG. Can somebody from Agriculture please talk?
Good morning, Chair is Lydia Busora. DDG Srache is currently engaged with the Minister, but we do have Dr. Emily Morajani to deal with the presentation for FMD. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Lydia. On the side of the is that land or fisheries? Can I see and hear if there's somebody who's ready? Because I want you to advise me. Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, honorable members. Our acting DG is in. Maybe he can come in.
Acting DG is here.
Good morning, Chair and members of Environment. We are in the meeting. We'll be presenting on the dredging of Isimangeli. So thank you. My CD, Nondutuzelo Chabene is in the meeting also to do the presentation.
Acting DG, we can't hear you well. Please raise your volume. We can't hear you at all. Okay. On fisheries, actually on fisheries, I must give the minister. Minister, good morning. Let me request you to come in, and then you'll guide us as to who is going to be presenting on behalf of the department.
Good morning, Chairperson. Thank you for inviting me to this meeting, and it's nice to be back with my colleagues from agriculture. Thank you very much to the presenters. Chairperson, I do not know the name of the presenter, but I know it is the people from Isimangaliso. I can just find out for you who the presenter is, but they should be on and they should be ready. I also heard that we had a bit of a problem with regards to the audio, so if maybe the presenter can just speak closer to the mic or check his audio, I would appreciate it. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Minister. Let me check again. Okay. Honorable Bilamkulu. I see you have your hand raised.
Yes, Chair. Thank you very much and good morning, everyone. Chairperson, I just wanted to alert you that the chairperson is having a network problem. She has connected, but when she tries to open it, it seems as if she doesn't have that a network. But she also wanted to give an apology of Honorable Mukwena.
Oh, okay. Is that the member from your
Yes, the member from
portfolio
our portfolio
committee?
committee. Yes,
Okay.
she won't be able to attend today. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Bilamkulu. Okay, that's fine. Thank you so much. We now have all the apologies and we do have everyone else here. Let me check who's going to start the presentations. Are we going to start with yourselves, agriculture? Lydia, how did you agree to present here? Did you agree that who is going to start the presentations? Go ahead. Unmute, Lydia. Minister, I see you raised your hand. Is it a legacy hand or you want to speak?
Chairperson, no, it's not a legacy hand. You asked with regards to the sequence. As I've got it, and I might be wrong, but as I've got it, it will be the Department of Agriculture that first, and then Rural Development, Land Reform, and then Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment.
Yes, okay. No, thank you very much, Minister. That's why I was checking with Lydia Busoha from the Department of Agriculture, because I also thought that's what the procedure would be, but I wanted to be sure. Agriculture, please take the podium and start the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. I think as part of our introduction is that we do have our colleagues from rural development, whom then we were one department. And can we go to the next slide? Am I audible, Chair?
Yes, you are audible. Anastasia, your presentation is not moving. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So when we received the inquiry around 2021, in which the farming community was affected around Isimangaliso wetlands, and the investigations were conducted and to see what is the impact from the natural agricultural resources perspective. And we realized that over the years, that has been a challenge of rising water level and back flooding, which is caused by the flooding of Mfolozi catchment in the middle of St. Lucia estuarine system. So why we were approached, it was in relation to the mandate, next slide, in which the Department of Agriculture is responsible for. We are responsible for the Conservation of Agricultural Resources Act, And the Act provides for the conservation of natural agricultural resources for maintaining the production potential of land and combating and prevention of soil erosion and weakening of water resources. So this Act also make provision that we do have the control of weeds and invader plants. As we were approached, there were certain parts of the Act which were contravened or were being affected. Next slide. The areas that have been affected was Regulation 6, Regulation 7, and Regulation 15. And all these regulations are in relation to waterlogging and also in relation to cultivation practices that are happening in watercourse, and also the applicability of alien invasive plants. So in terms of that, then we find that there is challenges in the contravention of the Conservation of Agricultural Resources Act. Next slide. So in our deliberation and also during the observation, it was also noted that agricultural farming practices are currently taking place within the floodplain, and also some of the riverbank are damaged, and there is also, as I cited, the occurrence of weeds and invader plants. Next slide. So the proposal was that some of the land users felt that the estuarine mouth should be open to avoid the backflooding and waterlogging on cultivated land. Another major consequence of the impact of closing the mouth was also part of the agricultural land that could be worked was no longer available, and therefore that needed to be managed to recover the agricultural areas. But unfortunately, I think we had some awareness which were happening in the area, and with those awareness, it was mainly to sensitize the farmers of the applicability of the legislation. Next slide. So these are some of the pictures which are showing challenges in relation to the blocked water channel. And as we move on with the next slides, with the pictures also provides where there is obstruction of water runoff by redirecting the flow of water in the cultivated lands. So in terms of the regulation themselves, next slide, is that the land users are supposed to protect irrigable land against waterlogging as cited, and also if there is cultivation, there shouldn't be cultivation within the floodplain area, and that some canals should be maintained to avoid obstruction of water flow. And there is need as well to open and to allow flow of water to the sea to manage the back flooding. Next slide. As part of the recommendation, we were to intensify awareness and advice of the farmers, because we believe it affects their livelihood, but it's important that there should be understanding of what could be the sustainable practices in that space, and also through the land care program to look into the resources that can be utilized in those spaces as we try to support farmers with capacity building activities. But I think of course is that the need for more engagement to build trust with the land users and all affected stakeholders around the Isimangaliso wetlands is what is key, mainly to empower and educate those who are in the space so that they could realize the consequence or the challenges of working in such spaces, such that it doesn't cost them too much to produce, while they could be able to also identify some areas which are practical for farming. As part of the last slide, in terms of our conclusion, I think this work was done in collaboration with our Department of Rural Development. We were then one department, and they did most of the part of the work as the lead in this regard. So this was just to introduce the legislative environment in which this area is applicable for agriculture in terms of the Conservation of Agricultural Resources Act. But moving forward is the work that has been conducted as studies facilitated through our colleagues when we were still one department, and trying to pick up what are the technical studies of hydrology and all those around the area which can be able to be utilized to advise the farmers on what are the applicable conservation measures in the space. But we also find out that recently, with the need for continue with the awareness campaigns, the farmers were reluctant to allow some of our stakeholders to come in the space because they actually want that estuarine to be opened. So with that, Chair, if you may allow Menshabele to continue with the work that has been dealt with, especially around the ERA and the work that they were coordinating studies with us in the department while we were still one department. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, honorable members.
Good morning.
Good morning, Minister Ocamp. Let me also introduce the CEO for Isimangaliso, Mr. Bukosini, who's in our midst, with Mr. Mbense from Isimangaliso Wetland Park, and also Dr. Sidras, who's one of our scientists that we appointed, or Isimangaliso appointed, as a result of the implementation of the intervention as proposed by the panel of experts. I'm going to take you through the process of the EIA that we had to look at the basic assessment report update. And if you may go to the next slide, I must indicate that as we get to the roadmap, the purpose of this presentation is to take you through the EIA process and how this process have unfolded, what were the challenges, and how did we come about it. Looking at the table of contents, I will start with the background to the application with regard to the overview of how the application went by, how we were working together with the stakeholders, and Section 30 refusal of the National Environmental Management Act and what was required, the 3 phases of the activities with regard to the basic assessment report, the specialist studies that we completed, and also take you through the specialist studies that were added after the appeal process, and also look at what the role that Isimangaliso is currently playing with regard to monitoring of the estuary and making sure that the ecological, the wetland park is maintaining its ecological status. We can go to the next slide. With regard to background, honorable members, I think firstly, let me indicate that this process started actually after the symposium, after the panel of expert recommendation. The environmental authorization process began in April 2023. And I must indicate that this process, we were doing it collectively with Isimangaliso, with government departments, with the stakeholder. We had a stakeholder that we had established before we could begin the process. And I will take you through that slide as we go through. So one initiative that we tried was to look at the Section 30A application for emergency dredging, which we're looking at dredging the Msunduzi and thinking that if we can dredge and if we can apply for an emergency, perhaps we could start dredging so that the back flooding could reduce. But due to insufficient information to arrive at a decision, the competent authority was not able to grant us approval for the emergency environmental authorization. Therefore, following that, we started a basic assessment process, which now started in June 2023. And this was a process that started with a field work and specialist studies initiated on hydrology, sedimentation, and ecology. So the basic assessment report was done, the draft, and it was submitted in February 2024. But because this process is consultative in nature, we had received the comments and inputs, and we had to amend the basic assessment report, and it was submitted in July 2024. Following that, the application was not considered or was not approved by the department, and I will also cite the reasons as I get to the specialist studies. And in October, we lodged an appeal as the collective led by Isimangaliso as the applicant. And from there, in November, we launched that application 2024. Then in February 2025, the minister set aside the refusal for the environmental authorization. And I think the main aspect there was that we should go and talk together and find an amicable win-win solution for both. Next slide. What we did after the appeal outcomes, we incorporated all the inputs. We worked with the competent authorities concerned. We also worked with the stakeholder comments. We also received inputs from the Mfolozi, which we had to deal with. And after that, we realized as the collective, as the stakeholder, and also as the intergovernmental task team that there are 4 additional specialist studies that we needed to do on top of the specialist studies that we had originally commissioned. From there, we did those specialist studies, and within a period of 30 days, we submitted on the 10th of October 2025, and the period lapsed on the 11th of November 2025. But when the period lapsed, when the period for commenting lapsed, we realized that we had the comments that were coming from the competent or from some of the authorities, and we had to deal with them. We received those comments, and an amended basic assessment report was sent on the 6th of January 2026. Next slide. So basically the question is, how are we working together as stakeholders? I indicated that this was not the sensitive nature of this area, and also the fact that it is a protected area, it is a World Heritage Site, it is a Ramsar site. It forces us to work together with stakeholders. And if you look at it, what we did was we have the management authority, which is Isimangaliso, which is mandated to look at the whole ecological system of wetland of Isimangaliso Wetland Park. And we have the DFFE, who Isimangaliso then reports to them in terms of the estuary management, the coastal management, and the holistic estuary management of the park. But also we had established the intergovernmental task team, and with this intergovernmental task team, which was also very instrumental in coming with some of the action and implementing the action coming from the panel of experts. We're able to have different departments coming in, the Umkanyakude, Mtubatuba Municipality, Department of Land Reform, Rural Development, the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Water and Sanitation, and Mfolozi Wildlife, KZN Wildlife, DFFE, and also Isimangaliso. We also had the communities actually chair who were the role players here during the stakeholder engagement. They would be there, and in our stakeholder engagement, which in most cases was led by the CEO for Isimangaliso, we would convene this meeting, give them the progress, tell them how far we are, and also translate it in isiZulu for them to be able to understand the basic assessment process and what is the process for us to end up getting the environmental authorization. We also had another grouping of researchers and scientists, which were your estuarian, ecologists, your hydrologists, your geologists, and others. But we also had the industry, which was part of our stakeholder engagement, which were always part of these meetings, which were the sugarcane farmers, Sokulu small farmers, the UCAS, the Mfolozi mill, tourism, and the hospitality industry. So I think you can see that the nature, the complex nature of this warranted us to have different stakeholders playing a role. And in the main, our department and the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment were the chairperson for intergovernmental task team. And the stakeholder engagement were always led by the Chief Executive Officer for Isimangaliso. Next slide. Now, the question is, what really led to the Section 30 refusal of the National Environmental Management Act? As I indicated, we applied for an emergency and environmental authorization. And this emergency environmental authorization is provided for in terms of the National Environmental Management Act. But this emergency authorization, one of the requirements that it must meet is that there must be baseline information, scientific information that is able to back up the decision to grant that emergency authorization for the activity to be done. And also what was the problem here is that we did not have sufficient baseline information to inform the competent authority to arrive at a decision to say, can they proceed to dredge? Can they proceed with the activity? So unfortunately, it was refused based on the single fact that the baseline information was really not enough for them to can arrive at a decision. Next slide. Now, after that, we sat down with our stakeholder. We had a meeting where we decided and we agreed that we are going to have a three-phased approach to this a basic assessment report. A basic assessment report is a report that we come up with so that it can inform the environmental authorization, meaning the EIA, when it comes out, the basic assessment report would have been an input into the whole EIA. So the EIA is informed by the basic assessment report. So what we did was there are three activities that we need to look at. Firstly, the removal and control of the vegetation from Msunduzi River channel and also the lower Mfolozi River. I think we've put there if required. We're saying much as we're going to remove the vegetation and control it in the Msunduzi river channel, we would also need to look at the Mfolozi, and we had to put it so that in case we are struggling, we can also cover the lower Mfolozi and we are sorted. The second phase was the dredging on the sedimentation from Msunduzi channel, including Msunduzi sediment, and also looking at the lower Mfolozi river and the beach channel, and also the vegetation management and maintenance. The last phase was more the maintenance as and when the vegetation would grow along the Msunduzi channel and also the Mfolozi river channel. Next slide. So these are the three phases that I was saying. These are the activities that we needed an authorization for. Now, the other thing we have what we call the specialist studies as part of the basic assessment report, meaning we would need to appoint specialists that would come in and advise us and come with recommendations so that at the end of the day, we can then be able to say, what are the impact on the environment? And the competent authority can be able to say, are these impact less or higher? The decision is mostly informed by what the specialist studies recommend, which then goes to the basic assessment report. Now, it is important because it informs whether the impacts are acceptable, they are manageable, or they are unacceptable. It also identifies a clear mitigation and management and monitoring measures that needs to be taken. So the first one was the hydraulic and the geomorphological specialist study. And the purpose here was just to look at the hydrological process and the landform dynamics that are influencing this wetland. And what we have found out from the specialist studies is that there's excessive reed growth and the siltation, particularly around the honeymoon bend. There's what we call the honeymoon bend there. And that has really constricted the estuary and reduced the tidal exchange. And it has also caused significant back flooding into the lower Msunduzi and Mfolozi River. Now you'll realize why we are tackling both Msunduzi and Mfolozi River. And also, we also use the technology, we use the drone technology to look at the remote sensing and the ground truthing because we needed to get a sense of the topographical data that assists us to gauge the excess of the excessiveness of the reed growth and how much and what is the volume probably that we could dredge as we are clearing even the vegetation. What would be the volume that we are clearing? So this real-time information assisted us to actually identify to what extent can we dredge, to what extent can we remove this vegetation. The other specialist studies was the vegetation study, which identified and evaluating identified and evaluate the plant communities within the ecological condition. And it also shows the potential impacts of the proposed activities. And the finding there was that there are no rare or endangered species that were present, because actually if there are rare and endangered species, the area would really need to be guarded in a very, very high, there are serious conditions that are met there for us to, when we are to dredge or when we are to clear. And sometimes we might even look for better ways to actually not to even dredge at all. But because there are no endangered species that were identified within the site, the recommendation from the specialist studies was saying this will have minimum ecological impact when we dredge. Next slide. So we also looked at the marine, at the fact that this is an estuarine and it feeds into the ocean or into the sea. We needed to look at issues of the marine. And one discovery that we learned is that the prolonged estuary mouth closure and sediment buildup have severely disrupted the marine and the estuary ecosystem, leading to loss of the estuarine that are estuarine dependent species, and highlighting the need for really controlled mouth opening. I think this is also what Mfolozi presented also in the previous slide when he was talking about the CARA compliance and other issues that relate to agriculture. The other one was the wetland and water course functionality. We had to look at the wetland and how the clearing of the vegetation. Oh, sorry. Oh, the other issue that we had to look at was the clearing of the vegetation, how the wetland.
You have muted the presenter.
I'm sorry, Chair. I was not aware that I was muted. I just heard the sound coming from the other side, and I thought that they're trying to mute yeah. So thank you. So the other one was the wetland water course functionality specialist studies, because we really needed to look at it for the functioning and for the sustainability of the whole ecosystem services. Next slide. The other one was the agriculture specialist study, and I think Mfolozi has given us some sense of what was going on in the area, but also this assessment found out that dredging will not have a serious impact on agricultural production, as most of the river channels are within the protected area. And also the heritage impact assessment was done, and the chances of what we found is that the chances of heritage sites occurring within the study areas are very low, and no further mitigation were really required, or no major mitigation aspects were really required. But also it was to say, as part of the environmental management program, we really need to always guard against that when the activity is undertaken. The underwater marine assessment is also one aspect that we had to look at. And within that, we find that the heritage site within the area must be protected. And if there may be any discoveries during the dredging, and the colleagues must also bear in mind that, and they must also alert the South African Heritage Resource Agency for guidance. The other issue is the paleontological studies, which also looks at the fossil. If there are any fossil found, the study found that there are no fossil found. But normally we always say when the activity happens, if we happen to find the fossil, you still do the same. You are able to report them for management purposes with regard to the heritage authorities. Next slide. Now, after I indicated that we submitted with these specialist studies, we submitted last year around October, November, and unfortunately, when we that are actually in February, and unfortunately it could not go. And some of the specialist studies that we had to do after the appeal, it had to be the specialist studies around the desktop fauna terrestrial assessment, meaning we had to look at the animals that are in the land, and also look at the specialist studies around it to say what are the habitats and how will the dredging affect these animals. And what we found is that the birds and the reptiles may experience a very low impact from the proposed activity. So, but we also recommended the best practice management so that they are not, it doesn't affect the wetland area. There also the other specialist studies that was very critical was the hydro pedological studies or assessment. This is actually the assessment that looks at the interaction between the soil and the hydrological process. The fact that water was just stagnant and it was not moving and there was back flooding, it means that there was a stack of clay that needs to be dredged. And now the relationship between how the soil is and also the water cycle or the hydrological cycle of the estuary had to be looked at, so that at least we can know how to manage the water channels as it flows and the pathways of this water within the estuary. So this study, it was deemed very, very important, and it was done. And this study actually found that the dredging is unlikely to significantly impact the site during the when the dredging is done. The site will have low impact actually on the functioning of the hydro pedological aspect. So the wetland offsite assessment here, we are just saying the fact that we have lost the wetland, or that we need to do an assessment to say, what are the losses and how do you offset? What are the things that can be done just to make sure that we don't lose the whole wetland? And here there was an intervention, or the proposed intervention, to say we need to look at the long-term sustainability of strategic land acquisition to support permanent ecological recovery of the lower Mfolozi floodplain. And also the hydroecological studies, which looked at how the groundwater condition and the potential impact on the aquifers could have on the study. So these were the additional studies that we had to deal with after we have received the appeal outcomes. Next slide. Now, the good news is that we have received the authorization, and thanks to Isimangaliso as the applicant for pushing this. On the 6th of January, as I indicated, we submitted. And on the 24th of February, we received the approval from the competent authority to go ahead with the proposed activity. But then the proposed activities cannot go ahead up until the appeal process has lapsed, because for every activity, as I indicated, this is a highly consultative process. And as we do it, we're also looking at the fact that as and when the interested and affected parties are raising issues, they must be addressed, so that at the end of the day, it can be a win-win for all, and it can be a sustainable development for all. So the picture on that you see on the side there, there's a band there, which I think is the honeymoon band. But also, it also showing the vegetation. The green part is also showing the vegetation that needs to be dredged, and also the pink part also is showing the pink line going down. It's also showing the Msunduzi dredging that needs to happen, and also the green part is showing the vegetation that needs to be removed. So basically, if you look at that picture, you will realize that if we can do that, the intention is that the flow should be able to move. Yes. Next slide. Next slide again. I think I talked to this slide. Yes. So now we received the environmental authorization, but as we receive the environmental authorization, it has conditions within them. And within the conditions, there are 3 phases. The first phase is the vegetation removal and control, and their risk that they have highlighted there, and the proposed management plan that we have highlighted is that we will make sure that we implement the environmental management program, we mitigate and we rehabilitate where possible. So we are also required that we must follow the management plan and make sure that we meet the threshold of the vegetation clearance, meaning when we have applied for certain cubic meters, we must adhere to what we have applied for. The other requirement is that we need to have an environmental control officer that must be appointed. The good thing is that Isimangaliso is so capacitated, at least when it comes to this area, and they've also got a scientist who's also trying to make sure that every now and then he manages this area. And the fact that this is a World Heritage Site, it needs to be managed and maintained. So the second one was dredging of the sediment of Msunduzi and the lower Mfolozi. And here we were, the key condition was that this dredging must only be limited to the footprints where we have applied for. And I think this will be done as per the requirements and as per the way we have applied. And the good thing is that the environmental management program, which is the EMPR, would also guide us when it comes to the sediment control, water quality protection, and how we also manage the spoil handling, the waste that would come as we are dredging and as we are disposing of the sediments that are there. Next. The other issue is the clearing of the new vegetation. This one is more maintenance, to say as and when there's a recurrence of the vegetation growth and the woody debris, how do we make sure that we just maintain it now and then? And this, we must do it with the management plan that is there as part of the basic assessment report, and also the environmental audits that must be done regularly by the environmental control officer, and the adaptive management informed by the monitoring of the outcomes. Next slide. So these are the three phases and these are the conditions. I tried to summarize the 21-page authorization into just those three phases. Yeah, so basically, Isimangaliso has been really monitoring this area. Yeah, and it has monitored it not only the St. Lucia part, but also the whole ecosystem part, because we always say we need to manage the whole ecosystem, because it's not only a specific site. The fact that this is an ecosystem network, it affects other areas when you are only containing yourself to your area. So basically, there have been monitoring programs that covered more four system: Lake St. Lucia, Kosi Bay, Mgobozeleni, and Lake Sibia. But also, the colleagues were in a process to procure the equipment for laboratory to facilitate and analyze samples, which now and then they would do the sampling and monitor the health, the river, the health of the estuary actually. So plans are also including the real-time monthly monitoring using the modern equipment like automated data loggers and reflectometers and the turbidity meters. So basically, the colleagues here, they are really trying to monitor as the implementing authority and as the authority responsible for the wetland part. Next slide. So here we're trying to say, much as we were looking at the environmental assessment, and it was one big area that we're looking at. That is not the only work we're doing. There was monitoring report that were always produced. And we also, on top of the monitoring report, where we're monitoring the lake and also other related ecosystem around the area, we also did the sustainable land use, which was facilitated by our department, where we're looking at the land use analysis to say, what is the land use? Which ones do we think are maybe illegal? How do we, going forward, try to correct this? Because if you realize some of the farmers, it means they are where they are not supposed to be. So basically, this land use also was leading into us trying to start to analyze the ownership patterns and to say, going forward, how do we deal with that? We also did a small economic profile, socio-economic profile around the whole local municipality of Mtubatuba, just trying to check what is the status, what is going on in the area. So basically, much as we're looking at the EA, it was not only the EA, it was other issues that had to relate with the implementation of the panel of expert report. Next slide. This one here, the colleagues are showing us that there's, like we indicated around the issue around the continuous data from data loggers that show the clear tidal signatures when the mouth opened, and also when the curve is flattened and when it is closed. So they're doing those monitoring now and then so that they can see when it is just breaching naturally, and also what happens to it and what are the issues that are involved with it. Next slide. Thank you. I think we also introduced the drone technology, as I indicated, that part of the specialist studies, we had the remote sensing specialist studies that assisted us to gauge the extent of the reed growth and how, some of the ecological systems are functioning, and helps us to come closer and get real-time information around the information. So basically, we are also using the drone technology here. Next slide. So in conclusion, the successful implementation of the environmental authorization will be achieved through continuous collaboration with stakeholders. And this, because we are having stakeholders engagement now and then, it really assists us a great deal in ensuring transparency and shared accountability. The good thing is during this stakeholder consultation, we would do them in English and we would also do them in isiZulu so that we can cover our farmers, we can cover our stakeholders, and we can make sure that no one is left behind. And I know the CEO would be even asking to say, is there anyone who would not understand the two language before he could share this in this stakeholder engagement? So basically, all the stakeholders were involved from inception up until to where we are. Obviously, there's some, challenges because they feel that we are delaying, but this is some of the processes that are beyond our control as they are legislated. All authorized activities will be done according to the environmental authorization conditions, and they will be implemented in terms of the environmental management program. So the dredging intervention will be undertaken only where scientifically justified and guided by the EIA conditions. So basically all we're saying is we are going to implement, but as we implement, we are going to implement according to the EIA regulations and also the environmental conditions as stipulated by the competent authority. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mntuthuzelo. Who is coming in with the last presentation?
Chair, Isimangaliso will be presented by the CEO of Isimangaliso.
Thank you very much, Minister. CEO, introduce yourself and
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm hoping that I am audible because I hear there is a problem with the sound.
We can hear you.
Lovely, thank you very much. Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to you, Honorable Chairperson, and the Honorable Co-Chair, honorable members who are in attendance, our Minister who is here with us, and colleagues from different departments who have eloquently presented today. Thank you very much for that. Chairperson, let me go quickly to the presentation. I think it's going to be almost similar, but ours is going to take you a little bit backward just to give and illustrate a bit of history so that honorable members can also understand where we're coming from and why we have done what we have done so far, which has been presented so far. But maybe before I proceed, let me thank all the departments. I think, honorable members and Minister, this has been collaboration in action. The Department of Land Reform and Rural Development, Department of Agriculture, Water and Sanitation, Ezemvelo, KZN Wildlife, our department, the local government from the district municipality, as well as the local Mkanyagude and Tubatuba, the traditional authorities, especially the Sokulu Traditional Authority and Mkwanazi, who are greatly affected by this, the Ratepayers Association in St. Lucia, the scientific community, as you have Nontuthuzelo eloquently mentioned, the farmers, youth corps. I think we have worked very well until to where we are here today. So thank you very much. And of course, the support that we have received from our political leaders. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Let's go to the next slide. This is just to give you a sense of the St. Lucia estuary, where it comes from. And I'm sure most of you are aware that Isimangaliso starts from Maphelane, and this is the Sokulu Traditional Authority, and this is the area which is largely affected, and it stretches all the way, as you can see on the map on your right-hand side. I think it's right up to your Charters Creek, and it goes further in. So the St. Lucia estuary is the largest estuarine lake system in South Africa. It's covering about 35,000 hectares. And as mentioned, it becomes an estuary only if there is a symbiotic relationship between the salty and the fresh water. And most importantly, to mention that this estuary forms part of what we know as a Ramsar site, which is diverse of plant and animal species that support that ecosystem, and contributing significantly to tourism, fishing, as well as many other ecological reasons. Next slide. The history of this estuary, and which is important to note, is that it comes all the way from the catchment area, which basically forms what we call a swamp area, a floodplain, and that is where farming occurs, which generally, for those who may not understand, is exactly the reason why we have so much inundation, because the farming activity happens right there. And the floodplain, if we need to understand what is the use of the floodplain, it is actually to trap the debt that comes with the catchments, Mfolozi, Msunduzi, Pongola, Usuthu, Nyalazi, and many others. So it traps that, your logs, your animals that are dead from upstream, and then water is allowed to flow underneath and go into the estuary. Then you will find an estuary which is fresh. Like if you were to go to the natural estuaries, like your Kosi Bay, Mkobozeleni, you will find that there are no sediments, because there are functional floodplains in such areas. Now, that the farming happens there. So that is why we say the intervention started as early as 1950s. So the human intervention to interfere with the system, the colonization of your Mfolozi River, and so on, caused all the problems that we're dealing with here. The mouth, the manipulation is what I'm talking about, had significant ecological areas, and because of those challenges, which were caused by human intervention, the then Natal Park Sport, now called Mfolozi and Wildlife, had to dredge to try and deal or address the issue of the inundation of the farms. Obviously, that also created a number of problems, which led us to where we are today, because there was disturbance of a fully functional natural system. So that caused that system. So it basically caused the Mfolozi River. In fact, it established two mouth system in the lower catchment area, your Mfolozi River mouth, as well as the St. Lucia mouth. If you can carry on. If you look at the picture on your left and on your right, it shows you what happened during the era of the dredging. If you look at that rectangular part, you will see that there is a right up to that vegetation area. This is the area when dredging was happening, the spoil that was dredged was being dumped into that area. So it formed a mountain-like area, which later on developed into a forestry area with a lot of vegetation. So that system of the dredging created the blockage of the system to be able to flow naturally into the estuary, which then made the estuary to only allow the seawater into the system. Some of you may be aware that the net effect or the causal effects of that ecologically was that you saw, which you can still see today, that we have mangroves which died because mangroves survive where there is a controlled salinity, not too much of it. And so that caused a number of problems. And a lot of fish species or aquatic life, which relied on fresh water, also diminished because of that. So Natal Park Sport and Mfolozi and Wildlife at the time was trying to respond to that. And I mean, in their action, that was the side effect of what they did. Now, GF5, 2016-2018, fast forward, was also trying to correct that mistake. But obviously, as you can see right at the front, if you look on your right, I'm sure you can see that clearer picture with the estuarine. That's where the dredge was being, or the spoil was being, where the spoil was being removed, to try now to allow the two systems to connect, to allow water from your Mfolozi and Msunduzi to go into the estuary, so that the issue of the high salinity could be addressed. Yes, that happened, but in the process of doing that, the spoil or the soil that was removed from there was once again erroneously dumped onto the next to the ocean, especially on the dune, and it unfortunately once again created another big problem later on, because the system changed immediately from being high salinity into high freshwater system, which meant that again, it was no longer functioning as an estuary. So you had one situation where it was too salty, and you had one situation where it was too fresh water. And the impact of the fresh water, again, which we can see today, is the inundation of reed, as well as the buffalo grass and many other issues, but also the diminishing of the fish species, and only to find that you will only be finding your tilapia and your bubble in the system, as opposed to your normal stump nose and your brims, which you will find in a normal estuary. So those are the net effects of what happened. And the GF5 was trying to restore, but in the process, it caused quite a number of problems. If we go to the next slide, and maybe one needs to mention that as part of the GF5, the intention was to remove initially over 5 million cubes of soil, so that it would allow that natural connection of the system. But obviously, due to the budgetary constraints at the time, it was only able to remove 1 million. But the side effect, as I indicated, it contributed to the heightening of the beach berm to over 3 meters. And as you know, in order for the bridge to happen, it needs at least 1.5. So that's the reason why St. Lucia, the ocean was not breaching regardless of the storms, the amount of water, because the beach berm was just too high. It was impossible for it to breach. So that's why those are the issues that caused that situation. So it remained in that state for quite a long period, if not 15 to 20 years. It was like that. And unfortunately, as you can see there on your right, it was coming because of the canalization with all sorts of things from canalization. So meaning that sand was not being trapped, logs were not being trapped. So all this debt, instead of going into the ocean, it was now going into the estuary. It clogged the estuary with mud, which we call sediment, and it then led to the growth of your reed and so on and so on. So those are the issues that the system used to face a long time ago. Next slide. And maybe importantly, the issue of the backflooding, if you look at because there are two catchments, that is Mfolozi and Msunduzi. Msunduzi in terms of, Mfolozi in terms of the velocity, it flows in very fast compared to Msunduzi. So when it gets into the confluence, because Mfolozi would overpower Msunduzi, it would then force Msunduzi to backflood, and that would cause the backflooding into the farms of the farmers who are on the floodplain. So that's where the issue of the flooding and the inundation of the farms comes from if I were to provide that background so that we all understand. So this whole exercise is aimed at ensuring that there is drainage of water from the farms, obviously through allowing the seawater to come into the estuary, wash the sediment, correct the issue of the salinity, but at the same time allow the seawater to come into the system and into the farms and flush it back so that it can drain the water from the farm. So that has been the plan from the word go. Carry on, the next slide. We then, shortly after realizing that this problem is with us and is staying with us, had to come up with a plan. And we looked at what needs to be done on an immediate basis. But before we did that, we had to invite everyone involved to say, what is the problem? Let's all look into it. But prior to that, and I think, Honorable Minister, you also need to know this, when I came in as the CEO, there was this tug of war between Ismangaliso, the community, and the farmers, because there was a court case that was in place because farmers took Ismangaliso to court to say Ismangaliso is not allowing them to continue farming because they are causing this whole issue using the Jeff 5 and many other issues. And then they took them to court, which was the High Court, UCOSP in particular. And UCOSP lost that case, and then they appealed, and then they also lost the appeal. The court ruling was that UCOSP must pay Ismangaliso the cost for the case. So when I came in, there was that tension. So I brought the farmers, the community together to sit down and understand exactly what is the issue. And I then, on behalf of Ismangaliso, decided that in the best interest of the park, we are not going to pursue the case against the farmers and for them to pay the cost, because they were already under severe pressure in terms of the cost, the high cost case, but also they had also lost a lot of money through the farms being inundated with water. So it was going to be insensitive of us to continue putting them under pressure, but also in the best interest of good relationship, we had to come together and find a common solution. So I then advised that we need to bring the scientific community, the farmers, the community around the area, and everybody to then have what we called a melting pot. I think at the time we called it a symposium in 2020. That's where we eventually realized that under no circumstances, with scientists involved, there is no possibility for this, for the breach, unless we assist the system by nudging it a little bit so that we can trim the beach berm to a position where it would be able to breach. And I can tell you that as soon as we did that, in a couple of weeks, in fact, days after we had trimmed, the system breached. And we had the system now connecting the sea or the ocean connecting with the estuary until today. It keeps on shifting, and it does make a significant difference in terms of correcting this issue of the salinity. And now we call this an estuary because of that, and it is an estuary now as we speak. Yes, we are not where we are supposed to be in terms of the performance, because this is going to take quite some time. But we are in a process of making sure that we monitor the system through the intervention of the scientists. And thank you to the department for assisting us to employ the scientist, Dr. Rian, who is in attendance here, and the technician who are monitoring the system. But as Nontutuzo said, they're not only monitoring this system, they're monitoring other systems as well to assist the Ismangaliso to maintain and sustain the outstanding universal values. So that's the value of having the scientists, because it transpired to us that depending on external service providers was not helping, because the service provider who was there during the Jeff 5 when she was called in to provide the much needed data to inform the scientific decision, she disappeared until today. So that is what we have done thus far. And that unfortunately triggered a lot of noise, where some scientists felt that we did not do the right thing, the right way, and therefore the then minister appointed, if you go to the next slide, a panel of experts who were going to look into what we did and make recommendations, because it was clear that whether we like it or not, the system is under pressure and it needed some form of intervention. And that intervention, unfortunately, is not going to come naturally. It would require that there has to be something, but it had to be backed up by sound scientific data, which will inform the management decision on what needs to be done. That is the process which you can see on the right-hand picture, where we had the minister and the board, the people from the traditional authorities involved, as I indicated, now trying to say, how do we go forward to address these issues that I mentioned earlier on. Next slide. Now, this is what happened, because that process meant that we need to do something. And this is the process which Nontutuzego explained, because it then transpired that in order for us to go through this exercise, we must now undertake an environmental impact assessment and make submissions, obviously, to the competent authority for the competent authority to make a decision around those issues. So this is the process which that we went through, which is the problem identification and scoping, right up to the final bar submission in 2026 this year. Okay, just carry on the next slide. So these again are the processes, your WULA process initiating and scoping, because remember, we're dealing with water here. That's why the Department of Water and Sanitation had to be in place to deal with issues of your water use license. And the alignment of the bar studies and data that we had collected using the specialist studies that the previous presenter indicated, your geologists, the geomorphology studies that were done, the vegetation specialist, and all that. So all those studies had to be done to make sure that we collect as much data as possible to ensure that when we submit, there are no comebacks. And all this, when it is done collaboratively with the farmers, the community, and interested and affected parties, because we had to form a specific committee to deal with this, which we're still working with today. And I must appreciate that they upgraded to a point where they got to understand our scientific language and our conservation jargon more than we do now. Because I remember at some point when we were submitting for the first time, they had to say, no, hang on, CEO, let's just make sure that we tighten all the loose ends just to make sure. So this final submission that we put through to the competent authority, which led us to a favorable decision to date, is a combination not only of Ismangaliso and the departments, but the farmers and the community being on board. That is why we are here today. It's not only the glory of Ismangaliso, it's the glory of everyone involved. Next slide. So this has been the approach, as mentioned earlier on, Chairperson, that we submitted. And the issue here is not that the competent authority refused us willy-nilly. There were issues that were raised by Mfolozi and Wildlife in as far as the scientific studies were concerned, and those issues had to be attended to just to make sure that everyone is on board and all the scientific issues have been taken care of. And that assignment was carried out, hence the final submission that we made to the department. Next slide. As you know now that the authorization has been issued, and I think we have, and that is where we say thank you to everyone, because we now had a very positive outcome, which says we can now continue with the issue of looking into how best can we assist the system. We've got the assuring maintenance and management plan that is in place, that is going to be looked at, because the reality is that the system will now need what we call on a long-term, medium to long-term adaptive management, because it is no longer going to be able to help itself. So it would need to be assisted because of what happened historically. So that's where we are. And right now, as we speak, we are in a period, a cooling off period, to see if there are no appeals that are coming through. And I must say to the portfolio members that we have not received anything. Obviously, we're not expecting anything, because this was an all-inclusive process. Scientists, the community, the farmers, and everyone. But we are going to respect that period, because according to law, we are not supposed to go to do anything until that is finalized. And thereafter, we will continue with the processes of ensuring that work happens on the ground. Next slide. This is the establishment of the internal scientific team, which I spoke to earlier on, and the value add of having that scientific team in Isimangaliso as opposed to relying on the external, because we are now able to manage all those systems. Lake St. Lucia, as you can see, Mkobozeleni, which is in Sodwana, Mbazwana side, your Lake Sibaya, which is the third largest freshwater lake system, the third largest in the southern hemisphere, and then you've got your Kosi Bay Lake system right up north. So that team is responsible for all those, and they keep monitoring the behavior of the system, given the pressures that we do get from time to time on the systems. Next slide. This again is just to show the observation of salinity as we're busy monitoring the system, that on an open mouth, you've got your higher salinity near the mouth, gradually decreasing with distance away from the mouth itself. In a situation where, and then you will realize, or you'll observe more marine fish species, and there are significant indicators like birds that are looking at certain specific fishes, and you'll also begin to see your sharks coming, and so on and so on. In a situation where you've got a closed mouth, you've got salinity levels dropping near the mouth over time, higher salinity observed further away, and as indicated, it creates other issues on the species that you find on the in the system. Next slide. Again, I think Nonto Tuzego showed us that slide. I'm not going to waste your time, honorable members, but this is just to show what happens when there's inundation. Farms on your left, that picture there, you find them in fact, inundated, and every plant that is there, your sugarcane dies there. If you see on the right, from a tourism point of view, you have a situation where our tourism activities, like the cruises, are affected because no one can walk there, and crocodiles are all over. So it does cause a serious problem if it is not managed, and therefore it's imperative that we manage it, obviously informed by science. Next slide. This is just to show what we do to monitor the system on a regular basis. This is work which is done daily. Our scientists are always on the ground using drones and all the other necessary scientific gadgets to make sure that we can keep track on how the system is performing, especially because we wanted to try and operate as it used to be a long time ago. But I must say that yes, we do not have a significant change, but there are changes that we can see. As I said, we've seen now that there are fish species that are on the system which were not there, especially which demonstrate that there's now interaction between the ocean and the freshwater system. Reed is slowly showing signs of dying. Sad to say, mangroves have not picked up, and we think that is going to take some time because salinity is moving very slowly. We believe that with this decision and the act of moving in terms of addressing the sediment and many other issues, we may begin to see significant results going forward. But obviously, science is going to tell us that. Next slide. Which is obviously, I think it must be the last slide. So that's where we are, Honorable Chair and members, Honorable Minister, colleagues, and we look forward to attempting to give it our best in terms of seeing how this is going to address. And I do need to emphasize, Chairperson, that we're not doing this only for agriculture or for tourism. We're doing this for ecological reasons, and we hope that when this is done for ecological reasons, agriculture and tourism are going to be beneficial. I'm saying this because one of the criticisms in the environmental impact assessment was that we should not be seen to be doing something for agriculture only, or for the community or the tourism only, but we must be seen to be doing this for ecological reasons, which we believe the spin-off of those ecological reasons are going to have very, very positive impact for agriculture. I must say, at the end of my presentation, the long-term sustainable solution, in my view and in our view as an organization, is that we do need to find an alternative land for farming, because the fact that the farmers are farming on the floodplain means that from time to time they are going to be confronting issues of inundation and loss of production because of that. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you for the support that we have obtained from all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO. Our appreciation for the presentation, and from both Menon Tutuzelo and Media for the presentations that you made earlier on. Colleagues, there you are. You have the presentations. I will see by show of hands if there is anyone who would like to intervene or ask a question.
My hand is up already, Chair.
Okay, so I'm going to note your hands. I have, excuse me. I'm sorry, I'm a bit fluish. So I'm gonna take Honorable Aris Mthethwa.
Dalani.
No, we raise hands here, colleagues. I
Okay.
raise hands. Mohama, am I right? I can't see properly. And then Diabonga, I don't see the same name. Is that what is this? Oh, Mkize. Mkize just shows an M at the end. Minister will take you later. I see Andrew D. What is the surname?
It's De Block, Chairperson.
Oh, De Block. Okay, thank you so much.
Chairperson, may I
Yes.
quickly come in, Chairperson?
Oh, okay, Minister. Let me just note the members and then you come in.
Chairperson, I just would like to be excused. I've got another meeting starting at 11 o'clock. If you would excuse me, and again, just thank you for the opportunity to attend this meeting this morning.
Okay, no, you just wanted to say thank you, Minister. You can comment
Yes.
if you want to comment.
Thank you. I don't want to comment. I need to be excused now. I've got another meeting starting at 11 o'clock.
Thank you very much, Minister, for coming. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Keep well.
You too. Thank you. And then we have Kumalo, am I right? Juliet, Bilankulu,
Right.
Tenzani, Dr. Lillian, what's the surname? I see only M-A-N.
Manaka.
Manaka,
Okay.
Dr. Manaka. And then Davids, Makasi, MP Peters. Okay. Thank you very much, colleagues. I think I have no.
Yes.
You.
Can I speak? Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson, and thanks for the presentations. Chairperson, I just have a question on the joint portfolio presentation. I just want to find out how many hectares of agricultural land has been lost or remain unusable due to the flooding in the Mfolozi catchment, and then what support mechanisms exist for farmers who have not recovered crops since the flooding events, and how often does these departments meet to coordinate interventions, and what decisions has been implemented? And then on the presentation of St. Lucia, the presentation states that the consulting firm responsible for monitoring disappeared in 2018 without handing over data. Which company was contracted? What was the value of the contract? And what actions has been taken to recover the missing data or hold the contractor accountable? And then the presentation shows farmlands flooding in the Mfolozi flats. How many hectares of agricultural land has been affected and how many farmers are impacted? And what support has been provided to local communities and farmers affected by the flooding caused by the estuary altered hydrology? And how is government balancing environmental conservation with the livelihood of communities depends on agriculture and fishing? And then on the other presentation of Isimangaliso, I want to ask what is the estimated economic impact on farmers and communities during the period when interventions were delayed, and the emerging dredging application in terms of Section 30A of the National Environmental Management Act was reviewed due to insufficient information. Why was the application submitted without the required scientific baseline data, and what lessons has the department learned to ensure that future emergency environmental applications are supported by sufficient scientific evidence? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Tedra.
Thanks, Chair, and greetings to fellow portfolio members from various departments and also officials and the ministers that are supposed to be here and those that are present. My question relates to affected and interested parties. One, when you touch Mfolozi River, that is the natural heritage of the Mtetwa people. That's why our praises, when we praise ourselves, we say, Mfolozi mnyame ketabaweli. The forcefulness of that river as it is pushing the Msunduzi River, that is part of our heritage. So I would like to know when is the closure period for the appeals, because we are an affected party as the Mtetwa tribe. This is the reason. At the confluence of Mfolozi River, the white Mfolozi and the black Mfolozi, that is where our palace used to be as the Mtetwas before moving into the interior of what we now call Richards Bay or Empangeni. So I can see that are part of the stakeholders that were consulted. Obviously, Mtetwas are not there. It's only Sokulu and then Mkwanazi. And then, so that's why I'm raising this matter. It's important to us. Also, Mfolozi is our local municipality as the Mtetwas. So, which means anything that is Mfolozi River, Mfolozi Game Reserve, these are all heritage assets of our tribe as the Mtetwas. So we are interested and we were not consulted. So we are interested to actually give our input so that we see if the heritage component of this process is not going to interfere, because when I talk heritage, there are graves of our former kings as the Mtetwas in that vicinity area. So as you do dredging and digging and interfering with the water bodies, definitely you are going to come across a part of our heritage, which has not been considered in this form. And then also, it's not just the Mtetwas alone, the Tembe tribe as well, because these are one of the old tribes. They are also affected. I can tell you, when you talk about fish ponds, you find a lot of those Kwangwanase, Kosi Bay area. Those fish ponds used to belong to the Tembe community, but they were then forcibly removed into the interior of northern KwaZulu-Natal, Opongola now. And those are also affected parties that should have been considered when we are doing this process. But moving forward, I'm also interested to the Mining, Mineral Resources and Petroleum Development Act. The sand that you are digging there or mining there, there's an element of sand mining, which we could actually make good use of in other local economic development initiative. Because I just checked as you were showing us a picture of the land, the sand that was taken from one area to the other area, which eventually formed an artificial mountain, which is actually obstructing now the flowing of water from the sea and from the rivers. That could have been solved through the mining of that sand and make good use of it. But this means mineral resources should have also been engaged so that any aspect that touches mining, we can deal with it. And any other mineral that could be picked up as you're digging underground, because this is now what we call, it's part of ocean economy, which could be mineral related or energy related. And those are aspects that we should take into consideration. But also, let me raise the issue of local economic development prospects to say,
Honorable Tetwa, just there.
Okay.
I want to request you to summarize some of the issues and just say to the entire meeting colleagues, the portfolio committee on agriculture, it's something that I did not mention in the morning. I was supposed to have said so. We still have a part of a meeting that immediately after this we have to take the Department of Agriculture on the weekly update on the foot and mouth disease. So I would like to request that as you speak and as you ask questions, please bear in mind that we still have to take another hour and a half to deal with the foot and mouth disease as a scourge in the country now.
Oh, thanks, Chair. Okay, I was actually asking about the economic prospects or the spin-offs that will come out of this process, because it doesn't mean that because we are trying to solve a problem, there is no local economic opportunity that people can actually derive out of this in terms of procurement. That they are going to be the procurement activity. We should take all also communities into confidence. Whatever procurable services that will be needed, we need to make sure that we engage them, but also community preparedness, which means community must be prepared to say, this is what we are about to do. The skill set that will be used there, we wish that it could also remain in the community if we involve them to be part of this process. Other than that, let me also just find out what is the budget spent that is estimated, so that at least we can be able to quantify the value of this work that we are trying to do. In my closing remark is that I'm now interested to know, are we not, as we try to solve the current problem, creating a future problem, as you have alluded that an attempt was done and that attempt led into unintended consequences. So if you can take us into your confidence, what could be futuristic unintended consequences of doing what we are trying to do? Thank you.
Thank you very much. You are going to be followed by Honorable Mohan, and then Kize and Dalane. Mohammed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you for the presentation. Chairperson, around the presentation on Isimangaliso's St. Lucia wetland, can the department tell us how they plan to enforce CARA regulations and ensure that there's conservation if the officials are currently being prevented from visiting the area due to an impasse with the local communities? And then in the report, there's a recommendation that says opening the St. Lucia mouth will address backflooding, and this has been a problem that's coming along for many years. I think 10 years ago when I first joined, when I was part of that portfolio committee, agriculture, or when it was part of Forestry and Fisheries, there was a recommendation to reconcile CARA with the objective of preventing the weakening or the destruction of the water sources. So since Regulation 6 mandates that land users must protect irrigated land against waterlogging, but the flooding is largely because of the closed estuary mouth. So who bears the legal and financial responsibility for the loss of agricultural land and the crops that farmers have been unable to recover? And why is the Department of Agriculture only now calling for spatial information and a maps timeline to provide in-depth knowledge if this issue has been under investigation since 2021 already? And then once again, the communities say they are not welcoming any form of engagement other than the opening of the mouth. So what specific interventions are being proposed to build trust beyond granting just the primary demand of opening the estuary mouth? And then on the dredging and the environmental impact assessment, the basic assessment report reconciles the agriculture study, which found no impact on agricultural production potential because it's a protected area within the hydraulic study, which explicitly notes that siltation is causing significant backflooding on the farmland. So how do you reconcile that? It's an agricultural study and there's no impact on agricultural production potential, but also there's significant backflooding caused by siltation. And then in the wetland offset assessment, they identify strategic land acquisition as the necessary strategy for long-term sustainability and ecological recovery. So why is the current focus and budget primarily allocated to justified short-term response of dredging? And then the last question, Chairperson, is Mvelo KZN Wildlife and the ongoing need to consult UNESCO. There's a challenge there. What is the contingency plan if these mandatory partners do not grant the approval for the proposed dredging? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mkhize.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Let me show my face so that you'll see that I'm not a robot.
Thank you.
So you can switch off, please, the video.
Sure.
All right. Okay. Firstly, I would like to welcome the presentation from Ms. Mangaliso and the department. And I've got just a few seeking clarity questions. We've received another presentation. I didn't see that you read it, but there is an information states that a consulting firm contracted to monitor the St. Lucia estuary disappeared in 2018 without handing over critical environmental monitoring data. My question is, what accountability measures were taken against that contractor? And what steps has the department or Isimangaliso Authority implemented to prevent the loss of critical environmental data in future projects funded by the public resources? And with the last presentation, it indicates that the initial emergency dredging application submitted in terms of Section 30A of the National Environmental Management Act was refused by the Department of Forest, Fisheries and Environment due to the insufficient baseline scientific information. Yet the project is now proceeding through a basic assessment process after the minister set aside the refusal on appeal. Now, I would like to know if Isimangaliso can clearly explain what specific scientific gaps identified in the original refusal have now been fully addressed. The last question, how the current process ensures that dredging will not compromise the ecology integrity of the Isimangaliso. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Chairperson, I believe I was next. May I proceed?
Yes,
It was
you can proceed.
Oh, okay.
Hello. Good morning, Chairperson.
Honorable De Block, you may proceed. Sorry for that.
Thank you, Chair. I think Honourable Ndalane was after me. I'd like to just begin by welcoming the presentations from the various departments and entities. I think we are sufficiently convinced of the need for this to move forward, and I'm glad that the environmental authorization has been successful. I'd also like to just enforce the point that it's very important that scientific best practice is followed, and as a trained ecologist, I appreciate that this level of detail has been entered into, and that we're now moving forward with a good plan, obviously pending the appeal period, which must be observed. Isimangaliso is a wonderful entity in that it keeps returning unqualified audits. It often achieves 100% of its annual performance plans, but obviously that does mask the fact that there are issues on the ground, and that brings us to today's meeting, in addition to a number of other issues which we've talked to in other meetings, and I won't go into now. But Chairperson, I do have a specific query around a letter that was sent to me by one of the interested and affected stakeholders dated the 13th of January 2025, where Isimangaliso cancelled the tenders for skills transfer with regard to dredging in the system due to budget constraints. However, it's also been brought to my attention that under Minister Creasy, there was a sum upwards of 20 million rand that was transferred to Isimangaliso for this purpose. So my follow-ons from that are, what happened to that 20 million rand? I don't have the exact figure, unfortunately. I couldn't find it, and it was before my term as a public representative. But the CEO should have some light on that. Where did that money go? Was it transferred back to Treasury? Was it redirected towards other budgetary needs? If so, what was that, and was that in line with the PFMA? And then, since there are budgetary constraints at this entity, how will this process, if we do get the EA through the appeal window, and we begin work on this, how is this going to be funded? Is there a sustainable model that will ensure that this is not only completed now, but also that monitoring into the future is taken care of? And I am told that the dredgers that are best suited for this job are currently in Mozambique, working on other projects. So what are the timelines, the expected timelines, again, taking the appeal window into account, that we can expect this activity to move forward? When will those dredgers be available? When will the tender processes that need to happen for public money to be managed in accordance with the law, when will those be concluded? And when can we start to see some kind of progress and action on the ground? Because that is ultimately what people want to see, from the people farming up in the floodplain down to the people managing tourism businesses at the mouth. We all want to see this issue move forward. It's been a long time coming. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable de Blok. I think maybe Honorable Pule has a challenge. Honorable Ndalane, I think you're the one.
Yes, and then it should be followed by yourself, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
No, thanks very much, Chairperson and Honorable Chairperson. And let me also welcome the report presented by both departments. My question is that how will the opening of the St. Lucia mouth impact the local communities? The second one, what measures are in place to mitigate potential environmental impact of dredging? And are there any plans for sustainable management and conservation of the St. Lucia post dredging? And the last one, Honorable Chair, what role do local stakeholders play in the decision-making process? Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Let me first check, am I audible?
Yes, you are very well.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Let me firstly apologize for the technical glitches that I've experienced earlier when we started with the meeting. I have a challenge with network. Chair, I have only two questions, even though one of my questions, CEO of Isimangaliso have mentioned the issue of finding alternative land for farming. My question is based on that. I wanted to check whether there are any considerations being made to move farmers to more conducive land where their crops won't be negatively affected by the surrounding conditions. And the other question that I had, Chair, Honorable Mtetwa touched on it, the issue of budget. I wanted to also check what is the
the estimated cost of breaching the mouth and also removal and control of vegetation and dredging, and how will it be financed? Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Khumalo, followed by Honorable Pilankulu.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to all honorable members that are in the platform and our officials. Chair, let me also join honorable members that have welcomed and appreciated the presentations from different presenters, but I'm just having some few questions to ask for clarity. One, Chair, what long-term strategies are in place to prevent future blockages and ensure a sustainable natural connection that benefits both the estuary and the surrounding floodplain, that rather than relying on repeated costly interventions? Chair, can Isimangaliso elaborate on the specific ecological and socio-economic impacts of the Mfolozi and Msunduzi river blockage on the St. Lucia estuary and the surrounding communities, and how the proposed solutions will mitigate this impact? What is the cumulative value of losses and implications on the wetland ecosystem services? Lastly, Chair, other members have asked the issue of cost. I want also to repeat it. What is the estimated cost of the rehabilitation program, and what funding sources are currently surrounding the project? Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe Langulu.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And good morning once more to honorable members and everyone else in this platform. And let me also join other members in welcoming and appreciating the report received today. Chair, I've got a few questions. What measures have been implemented to ensure the security, the integrity, and accessibility of all future environmental data collected by Isimangaliso or its contractors? And what are the protocols for data handover and archival? Chairperson, the establishment of an internal scientific team and adaptive science-based monitoring program is a positive step. However, considering the previous reliance on external consultant, what is Isimangaliso's long-term plan for maintaining and developing this internal capacity, and how will it ensure the program remains truly adaptive and responsive to the dynamic estuarine environment? Chair, the one but last question. The 2020 Stakeholder Symposium highlighted a commitment to inclusive and cooperative governance. How is Isimangaliso ensuring that the voices and concerns of all stakeholders, including local communities, the farmers, and tourism operators, are genuinely integrated into decision-making processes, particularly when complex environmental and management decisions are being made? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Manaka, followed by Honorable Davids.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Let me greet your co-chair and all the members who are in this platform, and also our officials who presented the reports. Honorable Chairperson, I have about two issues. Number one is the issue of community involvement and community engagement. It was indicated by DOE that the community is reluctant. Chair, the issue of community engagement is very much important in all environmental management, agricultural, and all other development projects, because it ensures that people who are affected directly are involved in decision making and taking solution. And in the process, if people are engaged, it tends to build the relations or build the trust between the two parties, the government and the communities. I hope the Mtetwas Libona need to be covered in these engagements. About three, Chair, about three speakers who spoke earlier, they covered me on the issue of the coast. The three phases that were recommended by the high level or by the specialists: your removal of vegetation and control, your dredging of sediments, your removal and cleaning of new vegetation. The timelines are missing in those recommendations. And the other thing, the issue of cost that I don't want to talk about, I think they need to be included. So I think we are having issues or problems as the government of not implementing the recommendations done by the specialists. I don't know what is the reason of not implementing those, because we end up having more problems on top of the others. I don't want to give an example of the recommendations that were given by one high-level panel in the portfolio committee where we're serving with Honorable Gancho. But the recommendations are just made and put somewhere under the carpet and not recommended. I think it's high time that those who are in charge should take note of the recommended or take note of all the recommendations, and they need to be implemented if there are no consequences that might follow. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Della. Honorable Davids. Honorable Davids, are you here? Okay, let's continue to Makasi, Honorable Makasi.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to yourself, honorable members and officials the platform. My questions are the report and action plan from the panel of experts in 2022 outlined clear priorities. Can Isimangaliso provide an update on the progress made against each of these priorities, and what are the key challenges hindering their full implementation? And what are the reasons for the disappearance of the consulting firm in 2018? Were they consulting on a voluntary basis? If not, what were the financial implications of such action? And what is to be done about this, or what has been done to this effect to date? And what measures have been implemented to ensure the security, integrity, and accessibility of all future environmental data collected by Isimangaliso or its contractors? And what are the protocols for data handover and archiving of this? Thank you very much, Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm speaking to myself here. Thank you, Honorable Makasi. Honorable Peters. I'm sorry, I had not unmuted myself. Honorable Peters,
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Yes, I am. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Let me also welcome the report and the presentations presented today. I have been covered mostly by all the other MPs and the questions that were asked. But I will just, I have 3 other questions. So just to confirm, how will restoration programs support sustainable livelihoods as well as local economic development in the surrounding communities? And then
Sorry, come again. Sorry, if the honorable member can come again, the volume is too low.
Who's talking?
Apologies.
Who is intervening?
Sorry, Chair, it's me. I was asking if the honorable member can repeat the question. I did not get it. The volume was too low.
Okay. Is that the CEO? Okay. Please raise your volume.
Repeat, thank you. Am I audible now?
Yes, you are.
Okay. How will restoration programs support sustainable livelihoods as well as local economic development in surrounding communities? Then, as well as how is South Africa reporting the progress to UNESCO regarding the conservation status of Isimangaliso wetland? And what measures are being implemented to ensure that interventions maintain the site's outstanding universal value as a World Heritage Site? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Peters, honorable members, for your questions and comments to the departments and the CEO of Smangaliso. Just to the CEO, I want to just emphasize and check this question on, you know, on the way forward, you spoke about, I want to see what you said on the way forward so that I follow properly what you said. On the way forward there, you spoke about the fact that moving towards implementation, environmental authorization was issued in Feb 2026, and that you are waiting for the notice of intention to appeal period to determine whether there are any appeals coming. And you said you don't expect them because you have made sure that you involved everybody else, except that now we hear from the Mtetwas and the Tembes that they were not involved. And I think that you would have to respond to. Now, meaning that you are in the cooling period, if I were to steal your own words. My question, therefore, is what is the timeline of your cooling period or the waiting for these appeals? And add on what the other members have said, the budget allocations, and whether are there any oversight mechanisms in place to ensure that the dredging process proceeds transparently and achieves what you call the intended outcomes, which is the ecological outcomes, without repeating what has happened in the past, or what we call the past management failures. I'm also interested on the question that Mkize asked about that a company that was appointed and a wall, not even giving you information. What happened? Then I'll give back to else, given the fact the minister is gone, we'll go straight to, we'll start with agriculture if there are any responses that you want to make, and then go to fisheries and give to the CEO. Oh, and land, yeah. Can you start with agriculture, May Lydia?
Thank you, Chairperson, and also thanks to the members for the questions raised. I think our response is mainly in relation to land involved, which is about 497 hectares of land that has been affected. And also, just to add in relation to what support is being provided from the agricultural side, I think we do believe in trust building, that the farmers need to understand the actions that needs to take place in order to have the system functioning well and the regulatory environment that governs that. So from agricultural side, the communities of KwaZulu, Dukuza, and Monzi are those which the awareness has been facilitated in relation to the value of the act and how it can be able to be implemented to support and ensure that the farming in the floodplain continues. Those, I think, are some of the few response that we can provide thus far, Chair. But I think the core is that we intend to continuously having information session of sharing information that is valuable to alert those who are involved, the farmers in that space, such that there is a need for ensuring protection and sustainable use of those resources by agreeing to some of the scientific recommended measures. Thank you.
Lydia, I'm just have been notified that I may have missed a hand of one member here. Honorable Mutama, did I miss your hand?
No, it's okay, Chair. I'm covered. Thank you.
Are you fine? Okay, thank you very much. I just saw now that they were trying to alert me that I missed your hand. Okay, who else is following Lydia with the responses? Is that Land form?
Yes, Chair. Thank you so much, Chairperson, and thanks to honorable members for their questions and comments. We note them, and I think they are really valid. First one, I think I will start with the much more easier ones. The first one, I think there was a question around the turnaround for the appeal. The time we're looking at is 20 days after notification of the interested and affected parties. So that is the first issue with regard to the turnaround when it comes to appeal. Then when that 20 days lapsed, then we are able to look at what has been received, how are we able to respond to it. If there's none, then the activity can proceed. Yeah, the next one I think is the issue around which was raised around the balance. We are talking about on the specialist study to say we are saying no agricultural land is affected. I think the Honorable Chair, I was referring to the clearance of the river channel, you know, and I think there, if you look at it, inside the channel, there may not be agricultural activity going on there. And I think that's why we were saying there would not be agricultural productivity affected. That's why that specialist study was saying, if you are to clear the channel, then there would not be any agricultural productivity that is lost in doing that. And I think the fact that it is also clearing that is within the area around the protected area. So basically, where we have your farms also, it's also on your low, you know, they always say the low, what is it? We are affected downstream. So basically, I think we are trying to deal with those issues at a channel, on a channel, a river channel, as opposed to just on the agricultural land itself. So the next one is the plans for alternative land for farmers. I think Mayor Bushoha indicated the extent of hectareage that is affected there. But I need to indicate, as the CEO indicated, that the complex nature of Isimangaliso warranted us to have the stakeholder engagement, whereby in each and every phase of our development, we were engaging them. And we engaged them on issues such as the alternative land, thinking about the alternative land. And the temperature then, as we were engaging, we could feel that the communities and the farmers were a little bit resistant. But then we said, rather, let's make sure that we get the EA dredge and make sure that we deal with the first phase whilst number one, we have prioritized that we have already done the land use analysis, analyzing the land use within the area and the ownership patterns and analysis within the area that is affected. Secondly, it will be to do the cost benefit analysis, because the fact that there's some some resistance when you introduce the relocation and the debates become so heated. We felt that rather, let's do the cost-benefit analysis. Why do we need the cost-benefit analysis? Because it will help us to analyze the financial, the socio-economic implications of the remaining vessels, or of the remaining places versus the relocation. And also it will compare the cost of continued flooding risk mitigating and also adaptation against the cost of relocation, and also identify the long-term sustainability option. But then because we said rather, let's allow them to have this dredging done and they see, but then as we continue, let's still keep on telling them that this is not sustainable. And the other thing is, if you look also at the history of some of them, you'll find that they went there when it was still dry. And now when the floods come, or when the normal, and when there was drought actually, now when the normal situation begins, even when there's back flooding, then it becomes a problem. The other thing, listening to their debates, I was trying to go through them, or their negotiations, they were saying that is a good land for sugarcane plantation and all that. So you could tell that already there's that resistance, but we said, let's start somewhere to socially mobilize them, so that at the end we can show them, the benefits of them actually moving. So it is there, but it is in the medium term, looking at the fact that already we are now dealing with the resistance, and we need to handle it in a way that makes them understand at the end of the day that they really need to move. And I think that is already one of the questions that was asked. And I think the rest, I think I'll give them to the CEO and the team from Isimangaliso. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, I don't know if I may proceed.
Yes, please, CEO, you can proceed.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the honorable members. I'm hoping that I'm audible for the questions, advices, and comments that we have received thus far. I think starting with the first question, I think we've got quite a number of questions around the consulting firm that disappeared or that went AWOL. And I think a number of members are asking that, and there's also an issue of the budget which we'll address later on. Let me start off with the issue of the consulting firm that went AWOL. Remember, honorable members, when I presented, I indicated that the GF5 project was funded by World Bank. It was not funded by the department for the restoration exercise. So when I came in, because when I came in, that's the story that I got, because when we wrote to the service provider, they were not responding. They were not giving us any data. Because the funding was not coming directly from Isimangaliso and from the department, I then referred the matter to GF to say, and World Bank to follow up. And they were going to follow up and come back to us. Unfortunately, we have no report from them in as far as following up on the value for their money in as far as the exercise is concerned. But seeing that it was going to waste too much time, and we had a very intense situation with the farmers, the community, and the fact that the farms are inundated, the system is ecologically strained, we had to do something that was progressive. So we then engaged the department to assist us with operational expenditure to secure the team, the internal team, so that we can proceed and have people who are scientifically trained and qualified, who will be monitoring whoever will be assisting us, especially in the BAR, in the basic assessment report process, which indeed, as I indicated in my presentation, the department assisted us with the recruitment of our scientist, Dr. Rian Sedas, who is with us here in this presentation, and the technician to assist the process, which is what led to where we are today because of that small capacity that we have. So that is the status quo to date in as far as that consultancy firm that went AWOL is concerned. Maybe what one can do is to once again follow up with the World Bank to see how did they conclude on that process, because our focus now was more on solving this issue, given the fact that we had a lot on our plate. Honorable Mtatwa, you have raised an interesting issue in terms of the Mtatwas and the Tembes not being consulted. In as far as the interested and affected parties are concerned.
No, but guys, I'm telling you now.
We ensured that our invitation for interested and affected stakeholders was widely circulated. That is why you see we are working with the district municipality and the local municipalities. In fact, in our presentation, myself and agriculture, we should have mentioned Mfolozi, because they were also part of these participation processes. And we were also extending to say those who are interested and affected must definitely be represented. I'm not sure how you were left off. In as far as the Tembe community is concerned, we know the history of the Tembe and the Mkwanazi, and it immediately jumps into jurisdiction issues. But nonetheless, we don't want to get into that, but we had Inkosi Tembe as the chairperson of the board of Isimangaliso. So he was fully involved, and issues around St. Lucia estuary, in as much as there was St. Lucia estuary, in our stakeholder engagement and management strategy, we made sure that they were known to all Amakosi, because we also have Amakosi Forum where we present all issues relating to communities. And this issue was also being presented, and Amakosi were getting an update in order for them to report to their constituencies in terms of the traditional councils where they are working. Mining of the spoil, the sand which was dumped by the then Natal Parks Board as in the KZN Wildlife, this was going to spark huge environmental issues. It was not even a point to consider, Honorable Mtatwa. So we, as you probably know, that we've had serious issues of attempts in terms of mining from the side of the Sokulu, which were vehemently opposed. And therefore, this was not an option, because this is at the core. If you know the man and biosphere, where you do talk about the core, the buffer, and the terrestrial, we're talking about the core here. So it was going to require that a very in-depth environmental impact assessment is conducted, and that was going to take quite a long time, but also the feasibility of it remains too much to be desired. Future problems, Honorable Mtatwa, as you say that we've tried this and that happened and so on. We are saying in our approach, this is an adaptive management system, meaning that we are going to use science to inform us of the decision that we must take. But science itself sometimes has its own issues. We cannot say that it is immune from mistakes. However, knowing and understanding that we have this adaptive management system, meaning that every action that we take will be informed by data that we are collecting daily on the ground. We, on top of that, have what we call estuarine maintenance and management plan, which seeks to assist us to respond to any issues that may appear or that may occur in the system that require urgent management intervention, which of course will also be subjected to the scientific data that we are collecting from time to time. Honorable Paulson, you were asking about flooding. That is largely due to the closed mouth. Yes, that is correct. And this process is exactly trying to respond to that, starting from the Jeff 5 restoration project. And that is why we are where we are right now. Community is not welcoming any engagement other than opening of the mouth. You must appreciate that, you know, this issue of the estuary and the opening of the mouth has for a very long time been used for a number of reasons by our communities. Some have been using it to deal with issues that they had with Ismailiso in the past. Some, they even went to spreading the news that Ismailiso is intentionally closing the mouth so that the farms will be inundated, when in fact that was definitely not happening. But, you know, that obviously comes from a long history of conservation here in South Africa with our communities. So our approach has been to develop what we call a stakeholder engagement and management strategy, wherein we are continuously engaging communities, raising awareness, giving them as much information, making sure that we scale down the technicality, the scientific jargon into a language which they understand very well. But also, over and above that, as Ismailiso, in our annual performance plan, we have, in the past 5 years, have had a specific target focusing on visiting the traditional authorities, where all these communities who are affected by these issues are represented by the local Induna and the interested and affected parties and the general community or public that attends those traditional council meetings. And these issues remain on the agenda of those meetings so that we can spread the word across and continue to engage with the communities on these issues. What contingency measures do we have if these mandatory partners do not approve? As I indicated, if you talk about mandatory partners, it's these departments who are here with us here today. Of course, including your Ezemvelo KZN Wildlife, the communities themselves, the scientists and so on, who are well on board. But as I said earlier on, we've got the estuary maintenance and management plan, which seeks to attend to any issue that relates to the issues of the estuary. So we do not anticipate any mandatory partner to raise any issue around this because they have been fully on board up to date. And the confirmation of that is the fact that we have these members, some of them presenting here today. Section 30, Honorable Mkhize, I think we've covered that issue of the contracting firm that disappeared. Section 30, the insufficient baseline. Explain exactly what are the specific issues that were missing there. Basically, it's what we call are the offsets. That is what was missing, to say, if you do this, how are you going to offset around this. Scientifically, you need to provide for that. So that is what in Ezemvelo specifically was raising to say we need to be coming up with such offsets so that it is clear scientifically how are we going to deal with certain ecological issues that are going to be affected when the dredging occurs. So those are offsets. As indicated, we have dealt with those issues quite eloquently. Hence, the position that we find ourselves into today. How is the current process not going to affect the ecological integrity of Ismangaliso? It is because, Honorable Boabe, we have used a plethora, if I may use the word, of scientists. We went even beyond what the competent authority was requesting. We looked at issues of your geomorphology. We even went to the scientists that deal with your marine species. We went way beyond just to ensure that we cast the net wider and cover all those issues. So to the best of our ability, we have done our best to address all the possible scientific issues that may have required our attention. Honorable De Block, the letter that you're talking about, Honorable De Block, when we advertised and when we were hoping at the time before we got the refusal, because we were trying to forge ahead and be proactive, we were trying to test the market and we were inviting the potential service providers to see if they can assist us with this assignment so that we don't waste too much time when the assignment is awarded to us. We then learned in the process that the figures which they sent to us were extremely exorbitant. So we had to look at the TORs once again, which we have corrected for the next SCM process. So when we say budgetary constraints, at the time, we were referring to the amounts which they had offered, which we could not afford because only that amount was available for the entire process. And the entire process included not only the dredging, but also the bar process. How is it going to be funded? Obviously, as you know, Honorable De Block, the department is going to assist us. The initial funding of 20 million that you were talking about is funding that was made available to the entity by the then minister to run through the entire process as we've been going through. We've had some overruns because ideally the process was supposed to be finished at the first instance when we submitted to the department. But for some reason, there was a hindsight which was identified by other users or other interested and affected parties, in particular Ezemvelo, and that had to be attended to, which basically meant that the process had to start afresh. So that again had an impact in terms of the cost. But PFMA, as you know, the department works on a zero-based budget, meaning that if you have not used the funds, you forfeit those funds. So it's either you forfeit them or you redirect them to other activities. So that has been the case. And we are engaging with the department as we speak. And the department is fully aware of this process, and they also understand what is at stake here. And that is what is currently on the table. And we're working with the department on ensuring that when we are concluding this appeal process, at least we will be in a situation where we will be able to implement the project without any delays. Timelines, if we look, I think Nontutuza has eloquently indicated that 21 days from the date that we need to observe. And if one were to be more specific, I would say, for instance, let me just see. I think we would say that we anticipate around September, October, we should have finished all the necessary processes in order for this process to commence, which is September this year. So that is the process that we hope is going to unfold to ensure that this process is not delayed any further, Chairperson. Honorable Ndalane, how is this going to affect the communities? As indicated, if you recall the high-level panel, in the recommendations, we were specifically tasked not to focus on conservation only, but to deal with economics, which is your farming, to deal with socioeconomic issues, but also to deal with environment, as opposed to the initial studies that were focusing squarely on environment. So that's the issue that we were looking at. The environmental impacts, I think I've covered that we are doing our level best through the collection of the scientific data to ensure that in as much as we're coming up with recommendations on how we are going to deal with this, but we also identify risks associated with that, but also the mitigation measures to respond to the potential risks. What are the role of the local stakeholders in decision making? As I indicated earlier on, this whole process is a community and all stakeholder driven process, starting from the symposium. We made sure that we invite everyone, not just the community, but everyone, scientists, business people, and so on. And a decision, maybe I do need to mention this, came out of that ultimately to say there needs to be a committee that is going to work with Ismangaliso, which we called a working committee on this specific issue. And that's the committee which then goes back to report back to the broader interested and affected parties. But that committee understands everything. You will recall in my presentation where I said that committee worked with us to a point where they were saying in the last submission, please hold on, let's put this and that. So they became part of us in the document that we submitted. So the document that was finally submitted, which got a positive note, is a document which was a collectively drafted document amongst all the stakeholders involved. So I can comfortably and safely say that all the stakeholders were involved, and there is a very clear process which can be traced and confirmed to say that everyone was involved. But obviously, maybe there will be elements here and there, some people, maybe individuals complaining, or groups, certain groups complaining that they were not consulted. Those are probably issues that were beyond our control, but definitely we did our level best to make sure that everyone was involved. There was absolutely no intention to sideline or not to involve as many people as possible. But obviously, for the purposes of this exercise, we had to have a specific committee that included the farmers, that included the Ratepayers Association, that included representatives from the traditional authorities affected, just to ensure that everyone was involved. Departments were also part of that. Honorable Gancho, you were asking about the alternative land. Are there any considerations in this regard? My last remarks was that if we are to solve this issue, especially for the farmers, commercial and subsistence farmers, we must look at alternative land. And I've been saying this a number of times, that this is not Ismangaliso's issue only. It's a government issue, because this issue affects not only Ismangaliso, but it affects all of us. I mean, for instance, if you look at the issue of the farmers, they are farming outside of the park, which is not our territory. But what they do there has an impact on the park, or in the park. Therefore, we all as government have that responsibility. So I'm happy that, Honorable Kancho, you're asking this question, because I think it does require collective wisdom and collective action from all of us here. The issue of the budget, I think I have indicated. Estimated costs, how much it is going to cost us to do this assignment. We are looking at doing proper costing when we get to, at the moment, we're busy working on the terms of reference, and the market is going to determine this for us. But we're looking again around the same estimation, 10, 15, maybe to 20 million. That's what we're looking at. And we're hoping that we are going to see through if we get a budget of that nature, which is what the department is also looking at. Honorable Kumalo, long-term strategies to avoid this blockage. I've said that it's adaptive management approach that we're taking, which basically means that we are going to respond scientifically as management on issues that will be coming up, because the system, let's just face the reality, it's no longer going to operate naturally as it used to, because of gross human intervention, which has been in place since the 1950s. Ecological and socio-economic impact of this situation, how this will be dealt with. Yes, the ecological and socio-economic impact, I think this has been felt. I've indicated ecologically, we've lost our mangroves, hoping that they are going to regenerate when the salinity levels are balancing off. The issue of the fish species that we've lost, but I think you can see that now that there is this symbiotic relationship, life is beginning to come back on our estuary. Socio-economically, basically farms, the communities, your Sokulu, your Dugudugu communities in that area are solely relying on subsistence farming. So when there's inundation, it does not only affect the commercial farmers, but it also affects them. I'm sure you've seen the banana, sugarcane, amadumbe, and everything that is generated that the farmers, subsistence farmers or the communities are doing. And that was used by these communities to sustain themselves. They get those madumbes to sustain themselves, but also to sell it in other markets and make money. Some people were buying cars because of that. So it really had a significant economic impact, which is why communities were raising this concern about the inundation. The value, the cost, and so on, I think we've addressed that. Honorable Bilankulu, the future data, what is the long-term plan to maintain, to ensure that we don't lose data? I think the future plan, as indicated, was to make sure that we have our own capacity. Hopefully, with the support of the department, Ismangaliso is going to grow into a fully fledged organization where we will have our own scientists that will be able to assist us with this. I think the members of the portfolio, who are the portfolio of the DFFE, know exactly what I always say about Ismangaliso, which started as a small organization, but situation demands that it must grow, and that is the responsibility of the department and this government to ensure that Ismangaliso is finally a fully fledged organization, not a small organization which does not have the necessary capacity. Ensuring that the voice of all are genuinely integrated, and I think the 2020 symposium, as I've indicated. Honorable Managa, the community engagement, you're asking about that. I think I talked to that. The timelines are missing in the presentation. Apologies for that, but I think I have talked to that to ensure that everyone is on board. Honorable Makasi, can Ismail also provide an update on the key recommendations of the HLP? I think the key recommendations, firstly, I think, as I indicated earlier on, there was an observation from the HLP that the focus was on the conservation or ecological issues. Issues of economic importance were not taken into consideration. Social issues were not taken into consideration. Therefore, we had to deal with that. But secondly, it emphasized that all decisions relating to the management of the maintenance of the estuary must be scientifically based, and that indeed has been dealt with. It also recommended that Ismailiso must have its own scientist, and Ismailiso does have a scientist as we speak, and a technician with the help of the department. So the security of data, what measures are in place? I think the system that our scientists are using is such that this information is reviewed and is stored. In fact, it's stored and reviewed as and when it is necessary in a manner that is definitely going to ensure that we don't lose this data for years and years to come. Honorable Peters, how is the restoration process and the issue of the maintenance of the OUVs? This whole issue of the scientific engagement and the studies that we've conducted are indeed specifically responding to your questions, Honorable Peters, to ensure that this restoration process does happen. But when it does happen, it happens being informed by a scientific process. As I've indicated time and again, it is going to be an adaptive system. So I must tell you, honorable members, that the system will no longer operate naturally as it used to. So adaptive management is definitely going to be the way to go because of what has happened in the system and what is currently happening. Maintenance of the OUVs is definitely what we're doing, because if you lose the estuary, you are losing one of the key ecological and biological reasons for the inscription of this park. So that is what we're trying to do, hence all these studies. UNESCO, by the way, is fully on board with the processes and is fully consulted on all the processes that we're undertaking throughout this. Honorable Chair, I think you were asking about the timeline, which I've responded to, the budget allocation, I've responded to, the oversight mechanism. We've got our portfolio committee that has the finger on the pulse, and they are in all portfolio committee meetings always dealing with many other issues that the entity is dealing with, including this. So that issue is being looked at from the portfolio committee side, and we are constantly getting the support, but as well as the guidance from that portfolio committee, where most members who are here, Honorable Gancho, Honorable De Block, Honorable Paulsen, and many others, Kize, and so on, who are always there to provide the much needed guidance. The issue of the AWOL, I think we've dealt with that. Honorable Chair, I hope I have exhausted all the questions. If not, I will be directed by yourself, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, CEO, for the responses. I think that you've covered every question. Thank you very much to Menon Pipuselo and Melidia. And CEO, it's very career limiting to mention other members and leave others. You should have just said under the chairperson and everyone else on a lighter
Apologies, Chairperson.
That's on a lighter note, it's fine. Now, I want to hand over to the chairperson to do the co-chair to do the closing remarks. Just before that, CEO, I wanted to just flag the fact that just check if that service provider is South African, and that if they are South African, even if they are not South African, that we cannot have a company or a service provider that comes in and leave without handing over and without any accountability. And so we must make sure that they are not appointed. Honorable Slalo, or Chair, we must know them. We can't allow them to be appointed somewhere else, as it happens with the officials who resign from one municipality or one department and they get appointed in another department or in another municipality when they left the previous work with challenges and nobody makes them account for it. So we can't have companies like that continues to do that. We must be very sure as Parliament that when they do what they did to Smangaliso, they must never be allowed to do it in another project or in another company also. Even if it was not paid by the department and the Smangaliso, they still have to account. And lastly, Honorable Mtetwa, I think that you will take your issue on the Mtetwas outside this meeting with the CEO and others. As yet, the CEO has already explained that the members were part of the consulted people and they participated. With those words, I want to thank you very much, colleagues. And before I hand over to my co-chair, I want to request that when she finishes, all members of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, please remain. And members from Fisheries, if you feel like you want to know how is the foot and mouth disease doing in the country to our farmers and our economy, you can stay. We are going to take the short brief on the foot and mouth disease from the Department of Agriculture. Over to you, Co-Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I am not going to switch on my video because of network. Thank you for affording me this opportunity, Chair. Members and colleagues, the future of lakes and Lucia requires a careful balancing of conservation objectives with the livelihoods of communities dependent on tourism, small-scale fishing, and commercial farming, each of which has legitimate and often competing interests. The sustainable and equitable future for St. Lucia system rests on collaboration, transparency, and integration of science with lived community experience. Honorable Chair, it is unacceptable that data was lost when the service provider disappeared, because I feel that this is a basic contract management. So this oversight should not happen in the upcoming projects, and preventative details should form part of the next briefing that we will have. We appreciate the assurance that there is going to be limited impact from the proposed dredging, silt and vegetation removal, and the efforts should be made to prevent unintended consequences, such as a freshwater or high salinity estuary, and thereby affecting various species or operations and those who depend on them. Honorable Chair, you have kind of summarized and did the resolution, but I would like us to schedule a follow-up meeting to get an update in relation to the timelines and recommendations from high-level panel and impact monitoring in line with the environmental authorization that Isimangaliso secured. And we also expect progress on the land question as future flooding is likely to happen. With those few words, Honorable Chair and colleagues, would like to thank all of you for attending and also for the participation that you have made in this meeting. Thank you very much to also the Minister Okamp in his absentia, and also all those who participated. Thank you, Chair. With those remarks, I would like to hand over to you and continue with your meeting. We will request SDFFE to be released, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. You are released. We really appreciate the time we had with you. We have noted also the request, the addition on the closing remarks that we should have a follow-up meeting. We appreciate that it's noted. I think the two offices will make a follow-up and make sure that we have that follow-up meeting. Thank you, colleagues. My appreciation for giving me this opportunity to chair without any challenge. CEO, departmental officials, thank you very much. Dr. Mohajane and your team, please remain.
Thank you, Chair and Honorable members. Goodbye.
Bye. In the meantime, while the others are leaving, colleagues, may I request that Albertina put up the agenda that talks to the portfolio committee's items. We are running out of time. It's 12:30 now, and members will need to be released for, excuse me, for the house sitting. So Dr. Mohajane and acting TTG, Melidia Osofa, you have the opportunity now. We have an item here, which is the update on foot and mouth disease.
Thank you, Chairperson. I've noted Dr. Mohajane is on the platform, and also Dr. Butle Mudisani. They are the lead in this area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Modisane and Dr. Mohajane, who is making a presentation today, can you indicate to us?
Good morning, Chairperson. I will be presenting because Dr. Modisane will be going out to another meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mohajane. You are already on the platform. Please take us through.
Okay. Good morning. Good afternoon, honorable members and the Chairperson. Thank you very much for giving us an opportunity to come and make a presentation with regard to the update on foot and mouth disease. I'm going to be very short, but I just want to highlight the fact that honorable members would remember that we indicated that at the moment we are in the phase 1 of the control of foot and mouth, because we said that it will take about 1 to 2 years. Next slide, please. Honorable members should note that the recent outbreak since the report presented by Dr. Mrisane last week. We have received outbreaks in Western Cape and Northern Cape. Northern Cape is in the Hartwater area, Maharen local municipality, with 7,000 animals affected, and one dairy farm with dairy cows, and Kuruman in Khasekhonyana local municipality. And there's no further spread because I think this is an extension of what was reported last week. For the Western Cape, we reported that Drakenstein. New cases are now in Bekwendi, George, Mossel Bay, City of Cape Town, Mfuleni, and Malmesbury. And most of the animals have been vaccinated within the 10-kilometer radius area on the same day as vaccinating is carrying on, particularly on the dairies. These outbreaks are not necessarily new outbreaks, as they've been linked with the ones which were reported in George, Mossel Bay, and Mfuleni and Mbekweni. And the actual numbers currently are a little bit behind because of the way we report into the World Organization of Animal Health. Mainly highlighted suspect outbreaks on clinical science, still waiting for laboratory confirmation. And I think honorable members should note that you remember that when we reported to you the first round, we indicated that there are 7 pillars on the strategy. The first one is the vaccination. The other one is on ensuring that we increase our surveillance and also the diagnostic capacity. So some of the samples sent to the laboratory are still outstanding, but we are talking to the RRC so that we fast-track the process. Slide 4 will be showing. Next slide, please. The slide 4 is actually showing the current situation in terms of the outbreak. You would remember that last week, Dr. Mrisane, in fact, reported some of the outbreak. You can see the Eastern Cape. They were 33 last week and they're still 33. The increase is in the Free State, where last week it was 277, but now 307. In Gauteng last week it was about 195, now 196. KwaZulu-Natal, no changes at all. Limpopo, they increased from 23 to 28. And for Mpumalanga, there is increased outbreak from 79 to 81. And from Northwest, increased from 119 to 119 to 128, and Western Cape from 3 to 8. This is concerning because our intention in the whole strategy is to ensure that we contain the disease and we don't find any kind of new outbreaks. Next slide, please. The map actually shows you the distribution of the outbreaks. The red one showing outbreaks in 2026. The orange one shows outbreaks in 2025, and yellow shows you lesser outbreak in 25. Next slide, please. You'd remember that we were reporting on this in Limpopo. We indicated that we are now indicating now 17,000 animals have been vaccinated with the vaccine which came from the ARC, and we got 42,833 animals vaccinated in the communal area and 13,934 in commercial area and 2,411 in emerging as at 6 March 2026. Now, in this area in Limpopo, they issued some state vet level. They're working together with farmers and organized agriculture. They're also ensuring that not reported some cases are submitted to the state veterinary officers. Next slide, please. The job meetings are continuing, and in the Northern Cape, as we reported, we've got only those one outbreak there which affected 824 vaccine was donated by Beefmaster and only started with the Biogenesis Bago. You remember the one from Argentina vaccine. We started now on the 5th of March, which was almost last week. And we have Biogenesis Bago 1,567 plus 1,080 as of 6 March, which had been vaccinated. Now, there is support from the department to provide about 4.7 million doses of 4.7 million rands. And they have been having their job meetings are continuing. They're working very closely with all the role players in the Northern Cape. Next slide, please. In Eastern Cape, the situation there, animals vaccinated as reflected here. This occurred with effect from the 4th of March. They haven't issued any kind of permits. They've got roadblocks established in these areas. Alfred Nzo, Amatole, Chris Hani District, Chokabi, and Sarah Batman area. Now, they also receive funding received from the Department of Agriculture in the Eastern Cape. They receive 55 million rand. The JOG meetings also are continuing, and we are hoping that everything will be going on safely, because you remember that the Eastern Cape was one of the provinces which managed to control and contain the infection. We are just hoping for the best that they will be able to do the same as they did last year. Next slide, please. In the Western Cape, we gave them animals vaccinated with, they've got 13,913 and they got 41,000 and they haven't issued any kind of permits. Western Cape is one of the provinces where the Premier requested that we come up with some interprovincial movement controls and intra-provincial movement controls because of the challenges where now they picked up animals which were coming as far as from the northwest, came into the Western Cape. So they are now doing quite a number of activities, particularly with regard to awareness campaigns and also ensuring that they've contracted additional 20 animal health technicians to assist with the vaccination process, but also they're also authorizing veterinarians, private veterinarians to assist in the campaign for the control of the disease. Next slide, please. Now, in the Free State province, as I reported earlier, that in the Free State, the numbers in fact increased in terms of the outbreak from 277 to 307. The Free State is experiencing quite a number of challenges where we having quite a number of, we got a report on the infection in pigs, and it's a bit of a challenge because now infection is spilling over into other species of animals. They've been given 119,000 vaccine, and what is happening currently is that they are actually trying to ensure that they have the roadblocks in place and not reported for now. And they're having joint operation cooperation in the area and working together with all the stakeholders. Perhaps maybe I think what I need to highlight here also with the Free State, noting that the portfolio committee will be visiting there. We have requested the Free State province to ensure that the portfolio committee that are in a position can meet with the stakeholders at a particular area, because the moment we move into an area which is actually infected, it might result that we might be carrying the infection either with vehicles or with shoes or whatever which is coming into the area. So the biosecurity of the area will have to be adhered to ensure that we don't introduce any new infection or spreading the disease itself. The Northwest Province, they've got about 61,225 animals vaccinated, plus the one with the biogenesis PAGO, about 15,000 have been vaccinated. They have reported that they had to issue permits about 10, and we are trying to follow up on this because we need to follow up in the movement control. As you all know that the minister pronounced on the Gazette, which was gazetted last year in June, where now there was a gazette around the movement controls. We are battling a lot with the auctions which are occurring because the auctions is a result in the congregation of animals where animals can result in further spread of the disease to other areas. They had two previous sessions which were held, and I take that in the Limpopo and Northwest, the minister will be visiting there to ensure that they monitor the vaccination process. KwaZulu-Natal, we have about, okay, next slide. KwaZulu-Natal, we have about 11,000 and 54,000 animals which actually been, they received the vaccination and they concentrated their vaccination in the Ugu district. We're moving off Herigwala. They'll be moving to Herigwala from Ugu, and they have also reissued the 34 Red Cross permits. Remember that the Red Cross permits are only issued to animals which are moving from the area where they are, then they're going for slaughter, to ensure that they don't get disseminated in the communal area or perhaps maybe in the feedlot area. So the trucks which take the animals to the abattoirs are sealed properly so that they arrive at the abattoir and they will be known as animals which were infected, and some of them could have been vaccinated. So the provincial FMD job has been going on and everything is going well so far. We haven't had any kind of challenges coming from KwaZulu-Natal. Can we go to the next one? That is Gauteng. They received the vaccine. 281,000 animals have been vaccinated. 780 vaccine doses have been allocated to the province, and they will be ensured because they also vaccinated earlier on, and most of the animals which were there and affected were in the fetal area. They will be receiving the vaccination booster soon because some of the vaccine, like for instance, the BVI vaccine, will have to revaccinate again after 3 months, and the one from the biogenesis PAGO and Dolvet vaccine revaccination occurs after 6 months. They have issued 721 movement permits issued since the start of the outbreak, plus 3,098 permits issued for direct slaughter. I think those for direct slaughter are those which are moving with the Red Cross permit. And I think it's just showing you here along the R101 in past 2 weeks, there was that vaccination occurring there, and they're working with the SAPS and other role players to ensure that the roadblocks are put in place. They use about 16 million rands for CASP, and in totality, so far it's about 60 million rand, 63 million rand being used and budgeted for 26 and 27 year. And we'll be able to submit the cost implication of everything because of the fact that we are still continuing with the vaccination. The cost implication for the vaccine, more or less, we can give an indication, but we are still waiting for the Dolvet to be handed over to the Honor Support Biological Products. Next slide, please. In Mpumalanga, we have 109 vaccinated animals, 109,000 and 1,757 vaccinated with the ARC in February, and 24,000 with the biogenesis PAGO. And we are showing this because we said that it's quite important that when we use a vaccine in a particular area, for instance, we use a BVI vaccine, we must be knowing the date of revaccination, because that one, it ought to be revaccinated again within 3 months. And one of the ARC vaccination is much longer, and the biogenesis one is about 6 months. They have issued about 19 Red Cross permits, which they allowed animals to go into abattoirs for direct slaughter. Next slide. The total vaccinated since new vaccine arrived is approximately, the previous slide, I think you moved faster than me. The total number of vaccinated since the vaccine was arrived is 291,000 animals. Move to the next slide showing the map of the concentration. Remember that, let me give an example like KwaZulu-Natal here. We said that KwaZulu-Natal, Northwest, Free State, Gauteng, these parts actually they're quite red because they have moved to, they are actually primary vaccination ought to happen because they are like an epicenter where the infection is coming from. So even if we start in Ugu and we'll be moving to another district, the aim in KwaZulu-Natal is to ensure that we are able to vaccinate all animals in KwaZulu-Natal because KwaZulu-Natal is an epicenter. It has resulted in infection into the Eastern Cape and all the provinces which are affected here in Northwest Free State and Mpumalanga. The infection was coming from KwaZulu-Natal. So our aim is to ensure that we destroy the virus at all in the area of KwaZulu-Natal. Can we move to the next slide, please? In the next slide, we are trying to, I think the members asked Dr. Mudisani last week as to why Limpopo was not put red, is not green or tertiary. It's because it has part of the buffer zone, just like Mpuma. You remember that, can we go to the previous slide that along the Kruger National Park here, both Mpumalanga and Limpopo, they've got a buffer zone which is being maintained, and we're ensuring that we also address the issues and control the disease and ensure that we separate the buffaloes which are infected in the Kruger Park alongside the communal area in the area of Mpumalanga and Limpopo. Now, the interesting thing which we have been hearing from the command center, which we have established at national, this command center is working together with the JOG, which are there in the provinces, because the provinces are actually doing the joint operational centers and they submit the information to us, and information is being collected within our epidemiology unit to ensure that we are able to monitor the progress of FMD. I think in the slide, which I think we did not actually show the slide on the issue of the epidemiology unit, I think members, we will have to provide you with the website page where you can be able to access the information on the public page of the number of outbreaks occurring in all the provinces. Next slide, please. That's the reason why we're saying that the reason why Limpopo is not getting because of the tertiary is because it has part of the buffer zone, just like in Mpumalanga. This is so even if Limpopo has many animals in the tertiary group. Remember that Limpopo is one of the provinces which is having a lot of buffalo animals there, which are actually carriers of the disease. So we will have to really, really make sure that we contain the disease in the two provinces also. Next slide. I think this is the recommendation that we are requesting the portfolio committee to know the current update on FMD and know the update of activities on various provinces and the response to a question that was raised in the last meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. for the presentation. Honorable members, there you are, the brief that you've got now for this week. Since last week, we have noted that the movement is still a problem, movement of animals, and that the Free State is having a challenge because instead of going down, it went up with Mpumalanga also from 79 to 88, from 277 to 307. I'm waiting for the hands on Teto.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. May I just ask the question of have we managed to share the test results of the vaccines that we've received from Argentina, just to make sure that it is compliant with the South African strain, to verify that, yes, we are vaccinating using a solution that is in line with the strain of the foot and mouth disease. Another one is also interesting that as we are experiencing the upswing of the foot and mouth disease, then Argentina has the solution. Could it be that the strain of South Africa was shared with them so that they can produce, or the other way around, they just happen to coincidentally have a exact vaccine that we need? That's why I'm asking for the confirmation of the test result. But I want to check whether are we using the students, 5,000 students that are unemployed graduates in this process to make sure that we fast track the process. And also, have we then come to confirm that the auctions are the causative factor that there is now a national spread, unless it is just because an opportunity has now been opened that private sector and public sector work together to address the issue of foot and mouth disease? What are we then doing with the reality that KZN is an epicenter? It means that the food we are eating coming from the animals, it is likely that it is affected by foot and mouth disease. Is that of any hazard to human consumption or human beings? And then the question would then be, what do we do to cushion that future animals that are born and bred or farmed, that they are cushioned from actually being infected by foot and mouth disease, given that we are living in an epicenter, especially in KZN? And that is my question. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Eris, Honorable Bekulu, followed by Honorable Mutama.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. Mine is I just want to find out from them what criteria is used to determine whether an outbreak is new or linked to an existing outbreak. And then I also want to find out, has the department conducted an internal review to determine whether delays or poor coordinating contribute to the outbreak and escalation? And then, Chair, last week's presentation did also indicate backlog. And can the department please provide us with what is exact backlog on laboratory confirmations and why are testing systems unable to keep up? And how many suspected cases are currently waiting for laboratory confirmation, and how long have some farmers been waiting? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ndrizita.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, and all members. I'm just raising a hand, Chair, just to raise my concern. Seeing in the presentation, there is no enforcement in KZN. And according to the presenter, KZN is one of those provinces where the main spread of the FMD comes from. Simply, since we have that Mfolozi Park in our area, we have most of private game reserves are keeping the buffaloes. Chair, the issue I want just to raise again is that of we seem to be focusing on commercial farmers on the issue. There was a point raised in our last meeting of calling meetings with the communal farmers, livestock farmers, in order to educate them on the importance of avoiding this transportation of animals from one point to another, whereas the spread is so wide. I wish really something could be done. It's either by the department pushing the KZN to make sure really that these things don't happen. I pointed out last time in our last meeting that there were trailers transporting cattle. Same when I left here on Friday afternoon, late, very late, when we are all aware that it is illegal to transport livestock in the evening, or after 6, I should say, or in the dark. But people are still transporting from across north of Utugela to south of Utugela. People still exercise those practices. I'm really concerned. I need really something should be done by it's either by national department pushing the KZN to make sure that that does not happen. Lastly, the issue of livestock theft. They drive animals at night, bypassing certain areas because of that. There's a group dealing with stock theft in the areas called a SCAB. As those guys are very stringent and strict in seeing the movement of animals, but the thieves seem to drive the animals at night. So, just my points, Chair, I wanted just to raise. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ndaresita Ntama. Please unmute Honorable Ntama. Doesn't look like Honorable Ntama is here or he can hear us because there is no response. I think that we'll just wait for him and hear if he still wants to come in. The challenge here for me is that, or the unfortunate situation for me is that the DG and DDGs are not here because there are questions that we asked previously, and I in particular asked a question as to what are the what are they doing with the collaboration with the CSIR, and it was never responded to that question. I thought they would come back today and help, and this CSIR has accredited laboratories that can assist in fast tracking and testing, as well as a confirmation of positive cases. So it has also has the capacity to produce a limited number of vaccines that can augment what the ARC is producing. The department actually should submit a detailed report to this committee on specific collaborations with the CSIR, specifically on foot and mouth disease control and management. And if the CSIR, which is a public funded science entity, that has the capacity to assist fight the foot and mouth disease, and they have said so themselves in the last meeting that we've had. And in the previous meeting where the CEO of the ARC was in attendance, I asked this question, and he said that there is some collaboration that's happening between them and the CSIR. However, could not confirm if there is any work that they're doing together. on the foot and mouth disease. So it looks like both departments of agriculture and the science and technology are not involving themselves to provide probably a guide on what is happening between the two entities, you know, the ARC and the CSIR. We cannot leave one of the entities of government that publicly funded with knowledge that could assist in the process, and we're not using it. It's not acceptable, Dr. and I want you to take it up with the DG and the DG's right. Maybe you can actually tell us what you know as you sit here with us today. Well, the other thing which is a problem, maybe that we rely on imports instead of developing our own and strengthening our own institutions. You know, there is no proof actually first of extraordinary measures that the minister or the ministry and the department are taking to ensure that the ARC is fully funded for the construction of the FMD facility. If you'd remember, honorable members and Dr. Mkhajane and the team, Melidia, in 2024, this portfolio committee took an oversight visit to the ARC and the OPP. One of the things that we picked up there was that the ARC let the funding to finalize and develop that facility, the foot and mouth disease facility there. They even indicated the money that they had, I think it was around 400 and something million, and then indicated the money that they need. We made a recommendation when we came back from that oversight visit to the Minister of Agriculture and the Minister of Finance that they should make sure that they fund that entity, the Agricultural Research Council, so that they can finalize that foot and mouth disease facility, so that we can then be able to produce our own. So this outright reliance of imports is a bit a challenge for me, and I think for the members also. We really have to push as a department there that you make sure that ARC has the funding to finalize the foot and mouth disease facility. And given the fact that Dogotela, the Department of Agriculture is responsible for foot and mouth disease, legally, the foot and mouth disease is a state-controlled disease. So you have to make sure, and I want you to take this message to the DG and the DDG, the DDG and the DG. You have to make sure that you should be approaching other departments or entities in order to fight this foot and mouth disease, because eventually it will affect everybody else. It affects the farmers, but it affects the economy of the country. It affects food security. It affects exports, markets. So eventually it's going to be affecting the entire country, and it is upon yourself as a Department of Agriculture to make sure that you alert the other departments that you think are supposed to be playing a role here. When food becomes very expensive, when milk becomes very expensive, when meat becomes expensive, it then affects everybody else in the country. So it's upon yourselves to make sure that you involve as many people and as many departments and entities that are supposed to be assisting you, us to fight this disease. We cannot afford this thing about that every week we will find that there are provinces that have registered more infections instead of less infections, especially because we have now started vaccinating. We must see the outcome or the results of these vaccinations. The results must show that infections are getting lower and lower. And I think what Nkosi Telekulu has indicated about the movement, I said in the beginning when you finished the presentation, that movement of animals seems to be a problem. But we also have to try and check as to what is the problem there in the Free State. You cannot just say there is a problem, we're facing a problem in the Free State, and we don't know what it is that we're facing. What is it that makes the numbers to go up? The same with KZN, because Nkosi says these movements are still happening in KZN, but you also have indicated in the presentation that there are movements that are coming from very far and you pick them up in the Western Cape. So something really has to happen. People who are perpetuating these movements of these animals must pay a price somehow. We cannot allow it to continue. Dr. you can respond to questions from the members. Dr. Mkhajane, you can respond.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will respond together with Dr. Mudisane. I think he's here also in the meeting. I think let me start with the easier one first, which I think the issue around the unemployed graduates which are there and are not being dealt with and employed. We have actually, together with the ARC, they have been requested to appoint animal health technician. So far, the total number of technicians from the ARC, about 20, that is a drop in the ocean. We also working together with the red meat industry, who are actually also have identified they got funding from the bank to support the employment of animal technicians. Within 2 weeks' time, they'll be going into training to be able to assist with the vaccination process. Can I maybe explain the situation in terms of the vaccination process? If the technicians or the veterinarians who are working in the field, they go into a farm which is infected, they ought to be quarantined for some time, and you must send in another group of animal health technician. You can actually utilize other. That's why we're having this extra animal health technicians coming in and being employed. So in the coming 2 weeks, they'll be undergoing training through the University of Pretoria, where they'll be undergoing training for 2 weeks to sensitize them properly on FMD. Now, the other question which was asked by Honorable Mteta regarding the auctions, yes, Honorable Mteta, the auctions are a challenge. Remember that the auctions are being managed through what I call APAC Act, Agricultural Produce Agents Act, which is not managed within the department. It's something which has been managed within the private sector. I think we need to actually, with this particular act, because in some areas, it's very difficult to can stop and close and say auctions are being closed on this during particular period. On our side, we did our best to make that recommendation and ensure that some of the, particularly in epicenters, we close the auctions. Some provinces have proceeded in doing that. Other provinces, they want national to assist in actually to close those auctions. This is a big challenge for us because, yes, some of the infections are picked up in auctions, some are picked up in abattoirs. Remember what Minister in the Gazette, which was published last year, it was actually preventing the gathering of animals. We gave an alternative to the auctioneers that perhaps maybe they should look into the possibility of having an online auctions. So it's a bit of a challenge, yes, and I think I hope that we'll be able to achieve something with regard to that. The other question which was asked is about the meat, the safety of the meat. Yes, the meat, let me say, though that FMD is a highly contagious disease, it does not affect humans. Meat consumption of animals which are infected with FMD, they cannot kill or harm human beings because in terms of infected animals, all the glands and also all the fifth quarter and other parts in the body ought to be removed because they've been found to be containing a high level of the foot and mouth. There's an ongoing research. We are hoping that we'll get the results on that where they tested the level of the virus itself in the bone marrow and also in the fifth quarter. We are hoping that if that research is reliable and can be published, we will be able to have to amend our policy in terms of the meat and the control measures. Animals which are born and bred, you know, there's a difference behavior. There's a difference in behavior of animals which are born and bred in the area. Like, for instance, our own African animals, you know, the nguni, cattle and everything. They don't react the same to symptoms like the dairy cows. The dairy cows, for instance, devastating. It goes to an extent where sometimes the other get infected, they get mastitis, they got decreased milk production, and also animals develop infection in between the hooves. So we are trying by all means that these animals are vaccinated because they are quite sensitive. In some areas, for instance, I know that at one stage some years ago, when we were talking to the Mozambicans and asking them to also work with us, do the cross-border management of the disease, they indicated that for them, they are not exporting anything, so they have not actually put in place measures to ensure that they contain the disease. So what I'm just saying is that I think it's quite important that we also manage the infection which are occurring in our communal areas. However, you find that some of the animals can become infected, our own communal areas, and then they exhibit subclinical signs, which is like they are covered. They don't show much clinical signs like in dairy cows. So what would happen is that the risk of that is that they'll continue to spread the infection. The other one is that
Is that me or we all lost Dr. Mkhajan?
Explain the same.
Dr. Mkhajan, we can't hear you. We've lost you. I can see you talking, but we can't hear you.
Chairperson, if Dr. Mkhajan is inaudible, this is Dr. Modisani. Good afternoon, members.
Good afternoon, Dr. Modisani. Yes, come in.
Yes, maybe let me take the other questions that members had asked. First thing, maybe Chairperson, through you, let me apologize on behalf of DDG Serache. He was with us in this meeting today, but he was summoned to the minister's office just before we started presenting, and then DG had sent in an apology.
Yes.
Because he was also sent to another gathering, I think overseas. The question on the CSIR, DG had taken it up with the CSIR, and he had organized a meeting wherein they were going to be discussing the issue of collaboration. But I can confirm to the members that there has been discussions previously on the CSIR matter and the collaboration with the ARC. On the vaccine production issue, we know that the CSIR was concentrating mainly on, I think it was more RNA, DNA, and plant-based sort of remedies. And there still needed to be a meeting, but Chair has indicated that we should send a full report. We will try and we will definitely come up with a full report to the committee. Honorable Mthethwa did ask a question on the results of the testing. I can confirm to members that before we imported Dolvet and also Biogenesis Bago vaccines, the Argentinian ones, we did send our samples, as members may remember, to Pebbright in the UK, wherein we also requested the two companies to send their vaccines, where matching was conducted. We can confirm that the strains that we have in the country, even if they were not exactly the same, were present or are present in the two vaccines. We were still awaiting one other test on the SAT2, particularly the one that has been giving us challenges in KwaZulu-Natal. And last week, we met with Pebbright lead investigator who promised us that they would be sending the results of the matching of the SAT2. But the affirmation that the affirmation that we received from the experts in the country, they indicated that even if there could be some slight mismatch because they were not having our own viruses, we can insist on, they call it the protective dose increase. We requested them to increase the protective doses so that the SAT1, SAT2 that are in the vaccines, because they have a higher concentration in the vaccine, they will be able to provide us some protection. So from that basis, because we did not have any other vaccine to use, because Botswana had closed, has shut down, we had to use vaccines with what we call a high protective dose. For instance, members, with the normal vaccine, with the BVI vaccine, the protective dose is normally 3. But with the Argentinian vaccine, we had a vaccine with a 32 protective dose to ensure that at least the vaccine works against the viruses that we are having. So if there are vaccine failures, we still have an opportunity of increasing the dose, because the recommended dosage of the BB, Biogenesis Bago vaccine, is 2 milliliters. We have an option of increasing it to 4, and then also to a 3, depending on how much protection we are getting. We are monitoring the situation wherever it is being used. I must also confirm, members, with regards to the numbers, the 291,000 animals that have been vaccinated up to now, that the rains that happened countrywide last week really affected the numbers I am sure the Free State would have done much more. The Northwest would have done much more than what we have done up to so far. Honorable Aris did ask about the backlog. Yes, in the previous presentation, we were giving the numbers in terms of what has been observed clinically and what has been tested at the laboratory. And that is what Dr. Mkhajan was saying. We are investigating with other laboratories in the country as to whether they wouldn't be assisting, especially with the bloods, and then also doing what we call polymerase chain reaction PCR testing to check for the viruses. Honorable Zita did ask about law enforcement, and we just want for the understanding of the PC members that we are not saying that there will not be any movement of animals at all. There might be, and I am not saying it is true, that the animals that are being transported on the roads are the ones that have been given permits. That is why Dr. Mkhajan emphasized the number of animals or permits that have been issued. There are certain protocols that needs to be followed when permits are being issued. If we are issuing a Red Cross permit, an official has to go to the farm to check that the animals are free from disease. An official has to make sure that the animals have been quarantined for at least 28 days. So we are still going to see animals on the roads and being transported. On the issue of the emphasis on commercial farmers, in fact, from the country, honorable member, we are actually getting complaints from the farmers that we are emphasizing communal farmers more than anything. I just received a call from the Northwest this morning with a similar complaint. So, so we are trying to get a balance in terms of commercial farmers and then also in terms of communal farmers. As members had requested, you may see that in the report we also are giving indications in some provinces where they heeded our advice to indicate how many emerging farmers, how many commercial farmers, and how many communal farmers have been, but we call it vaccinated, yes, for lack of a better word. So I was just adding up on Dr. Mkhajan's responses, Chairperson, with an attempt to cover some of the areas that she may not have covered. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Dr. Our appreciation. I thought earlier on when I checked who was going to present, Dr. Mkhajan said you were going to leave and you were going to present. I didn't check whether you were back from the meeting where you were wanted. We do appreciate the responses. Dr. Mkhajan, are you back here?
Yes, Honorable Chair, I'm here. I just got I think there was a network problem.
Yeah, and then Dr. Modisani came in and he assisted you in responding to the questions.
Yes.
Okay. Honorable members, I want to believe that you now have gotten the update.
Sorry, Chair. Can I disrupt you? I have raised my hand quite early on. I think there's a problem. The comrades who are managing the system are not seeing my hand.
No, I saw your hand and I called on you several times. You did not respond. I even asked if you can unmute. You did not respond. Then I went on and gave the department to respond. I think you also have a challenge on the network, but I can give you an opportunity because the last time I did not see you. This time I did.
Oh, okay, Chair. I'm sure it was a network issue. Thank you, Chair. No, Chair, I must express a deep disappointment. And I want to suggest that this matter is turned over for the next meeting where the minister will be there and the DG. Because in our last meeting, we discussed the matter of the CASP 16 million rand in Gauteng. And in that meeting, we were given very clear assurances that money will not be shifted. But as we are seeing in this presentation today, it is clearly stated that the 16 million has been moved into the FMD program. So, and I had a meeting, Chair, with small-scale farmers of Gauteng over the weekend, and they bitterly again complain about money meant to assist them being shifted in this manner. But there was a commitment, Chair, that was made by the minister, by the DG, that this cannot happen. And I also proposed in that meeting that can we get that commitment in writing? We're expecting that a report will be provided today, but nothing has happened. So, Chair, I suggest that we put the matter back onto the agenda. In our next meeting, we discuss this issue with the presence of the DG and the minister, and also to remind them that they have committed to provide a written commitment that such money will not be shifted.
Okay. Pia, let me go back to that issue. We will bring it up when the minister and the DG come in the next meeting. However, I want to clarify the fact that they had not confirmed that they were going to make sure that the money is not transferred, which is, I explained even before they commented that that province works under the legislation that allows them to allocate money where.
Which legislation is that, Chair? Sorry to interrupt. Which legislation said you can move money which are allocated for a particular program into another program?
No, I'm not talking about the legislation of movement of money, not financial. I mean, it has an autonomy as a province, and most of the time when they come here as a department, indicating that they have transferred money, whether it is a grants or anything, we always have a challenge where the department is not able to go back and say, how was the money, used in provinces? Because once it's in the province, then the provinces use it in a different way. I even said to you last week that what we can do is to also intervene as a portfolio committee. Just be patient, Honorable Muta. I said we can intervene as a portfolio committee also in the province through the chairperson and the chairperson of the NCOP on agriculture. But the minister did indicate, and the DG last week, that they don't understand why money was transferred, why the 16 or 15 million was transferred to foot and mouth disease, because they have already allocated money as a department to the Department of Agriculture in the province of Gauteng. However, we will bring back this issue. I only wanted to help you to say that they did not say they were going to bring it in writing, that money will not be transferred. They said they were going to follow up with the province and see if indeed.
Person, I was, please don't patronize me. I was in that meeting. I made the proposal. I made that proposal in that meeting that we must get a written submission that money can be or cannot be moved in this manner. So I don't know why you're defending the executive, which must account for moving money away from small-scale farmers in Gauteng. this is also disappointing that you are trying to defend now the minister and the DG who were in a meeting where I made this proposal very clearly. It was not objected to. In fact, my understanding when I left that meeting was that we'll get a written submission that confirms that money has not been removed. By the way, the acting the DDG in that meeting where you were there, she expressly said money cannot be moved. But now we see in this presentation today that money is actually being moved, and we must be calm about it. No, Chair. The money belongs to the small-scale farmers, and it must be returned to them. This diversion to NCOP is another matter. The department and the minister have made the commitment, and they must simply deliver on those commitments they made.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mutama. I don't know why you think that I am patronizing you, because I'm not. I'm trying to remind you what we had agreed upon. I also agree with you that money that is supposed to help or support small-scale farmers has to go to the small-scale farmer. I think we're on the same side. It's just that you are misunderstanding me. I am not agreeing that they must move money, but I also am not defending the executive, because I was sitting in this meeting and I was chairing, and I spoke to you after the meeting. When we closed the meeting, I did speak to you personally. So I'm not patronizing you. I'm just reminding you of the meeting and the issues that you raised and the responses, because the DG and the minister were there. They said they were going to check, and I requested them to do so. So there's no way that I'm patronizing you. Don't misunderstand me, Honorable Mutama. And I think probably you feel that I may not have wanted you to speak. I gave you an opportunity. Initially, I apologized that I didn't see you. I wanted to give you an opportunity, and you said you are fine, you are covered. And this time around, the DDG has already, and the doctors have already responded, but I still gave you an opportunity. So I don't know where patronizing is coming from where I'm sitting. And I had said in the beginning, the first sentence is that we are going to take it back to the minister and the DG. I'm trying for us to get the responses and the kind of response that you want, when I also brought in the issue around the NCOP, because they're directly involved also. They can also assist us because they represent provinces. So I don't know why you are very angry about it, because I'm sitting here on your side as a member of the portfolio committee and chairing this portfolio committee. So I see that, Dr. you wanted to come in. Dr. Modisane, can I allow you to speak?
Chairperson, no, I didn't want to talk after you. Maybe because we honestly haven't consulted Gauteng on this matter.
Exactly.
We could be given an opportunity to go back and consult with Gauteng if this actually is a final decision or whether it was only a proposal. So we would be able to provide feedback on that issue in consultation with the DG and Minister. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Dr. Dan. We did indicate when we were speaking, the minister and the DG said they were going to check. I only wanted Honorable Mutama to understand that Gauteng does not report directly to the department, that they can also do what they have done, but what we need to do is to intervene and say you can't do that, to move money from the small scale farmers allocation to something else. And we would appreciate, again, Dr. if you are going to make a follow-up and consult with them and come back to us, because we were told that you actually, as a department, did allocate money to the province. And therefore, that's where Honorable Mutama is coming from, to say, if you have already allocated money, why are they moving a certain allocation to, when you have allocated money to Gauteng for foot and mouth disease, why would Gauteng move certain funds from other programs into foot and mouth disease?
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mthetho. Ungakhohlwa ukukhuluma noSimangaliso.
Oh yes, ubani ngamcela for inamba.
From the portfolio committee on fisheries.
Fisheries, okay. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Thanks, bye.